Sports Center.
The Spurs have their first preseason game of the year tonight. Wemby and company will take on the Thunder in OKC. It all starts off at 7 o'clock on NBA TV. Cavante Turpin expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain that he suffered in that embarrassing 42-10 loss to the Niners last night. Leighton Vander Esch, he's having an MRI on his neck today. Looks like he's okay. The Blitz starts now.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day, Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Joe Reinagel back from the beach in Cabo.
Glad to be back. Happy to be back. Great vacation.
I'm Jason Minix. Thought about calling in sick today.
I'm surprised you're here.
I mean, look, dude. I mean, this weekend for a sports fan, geared up to be one of the greatest weekends. Texas OU, A&M Alabama, Astros in the playoffs, Cowboys Niners in the game of the week of the year that turned out to be a piece of it was
a poop show.
Yeah, exactly. It's what it. Man, I wish I was Pat McAfee at times because.
Dude, I'll tell you what, unbelievable weekend. And I was
disappointing weekend.
Well, it was disappointing, and I was disappointed on Saturday because I was laying by the pool, having a cocktail or 3 or 10, watching Texas, and watching in disbelief, no timeouts, 45 seconds left, and that vaunted Texas defense just allows Oklahoma to drive down the field.
You know, and again, that game was so good, Texas OU. And
it was.
That's one of those games that we'll end up talking about forever. I'm just mad that it's the other team won it, because had Texas won it, right? Same thing. I mean, just that kick it with all of it was there. I'm sitting at my hotel in Austin, ready to go to ACL. And Joanna's like, are we leaving? No. We can't leave yet. No, we can't leave yet. No. And now I'm mad. All right, let's go. Right? I mean, it's just, you know,
ruined your whole day.
And I get over there thinking I'm going to be able to watch A&M Alabama. And the fine folks at ACL have TVs throughout, so you don't miss any of the action. They did not have on the Alabama A&M game. They had on the Astros World Series game.
Yeah, why would they have A&M on? Nobody in Austin wants to watch that.
Most people at ACL aren't from Austin. Would you rather watch a big-time college game or a baseball playoffs? And it's unfortunate that even as great as the baseball playoffs, they take a back seat. And then last night, you're gearing up. You know, the song says, waiting all day for Sunday night. Could not get here fast enough. All last week. Boy, it's not just another game. This one was circled. Dak Prescott was pissed off after their win last week because, you know, Todd Archer, right? I mean, and you come out and you do that? You come out and you do that?
Well,
It's a tremendous punch in the gut.
Yeah, it's a punch in the gut, but I think it exposed a lot. The Cowboys are not even top 3 in the NFC anymore.
No, Detroit's ahead of them. Now,
so is Seattle.
Are the Cowboys as bad as what we saw last night?
Yes, they are.
They're not. But last night was a true indicator. If last night was supposed to be a good measuring stick test kind of game, they are so far behind San Francisco, it's not even funny. And look, they fired Kellen Moore thinking that would help close the gap. The reality is they look farther behind now because of the play calling with Mike McCarthy. Not a fan of the play calling. I mean, yeah, we're going to beat up Dak plenty today. Trust me. It was a big game, and Dak played like he normally does in big games. He was a no-show. Micah Parsons, 0 impact plays on that great defense that gave up more points last night than they had the entire year combined.
How about not having a first down in the first quarter? I mean, for this offense, it's supposed to have everything and everybody and the great weapon. And somebody I saw on Twitter today, and I couldn't help but respond. Yeah, you know, everybody was thinking that the Dallas Cowboys were a more talented team. I said, who the hell thought that?
Well, Micah.
Nobody thought
Micah
that.
Parsons thinks that. And we'll get into that because this guy needs to learn how to lose gracefully and give other teams credit, because San Francisco punched them in the mouth, and they never let them off the mat. And it started early. I mean, that defense couldn't get a stop. San Francisco drives right down. Cowboys 3 and out. Weird play calling. And look, we've talked a lot this year about the Mike McCarthy play calling, and Mike McCarthy said, back in August, it might take about 5 weeks for us to really get in sync. They were anything but in sync last night. The play calling, we're going to run the ball, right? Tony Pollard had 4 carries in the first half. 4. The good news for the Cowboys last night is their red zone percentage. Because they never got there. 0 for 0 in the red zone.
Well, that's going to help the stats anyway. I mean, that's good. Look, if there was ever a question, and here's the problem that I have, and I know everybody's going to sugarcoat this. Cowboy fans, it's only week 5.
Nobody's sugarcoating
That's all it
anything.
is. It's only week 5. Cowboy got a long way to go. If anybody clearly can look at me with a straight face and honestly believe that the Cowboys meet the Niners again in the playoffs, if the Cowboys have any chance, I'm going to laugh in your face.
Well, based on what you saw last night, I don't know anybody in their right mind that actually would say that. I mean, is there plenty of room for them to get better? Absolutely. But, I mean, the way they played yesterday in really all 3 phases was garbage.
They were manhandled by the Niners.
Out-physicaled, outsmarted, out-coached.
No question.
All of it was on display. I mean, Micah Parsons, 0 impact plays. That defense. And, I know you were on a beach in Mexico, but I said that the Dak aside, because you know what you have with Dak Prescott at this point.
I don't know. Do you?
Yes.
So let's pay him another $50 million a year.
Well,
let's do it. Let's pay him another $50 million, Jerry, because you have to.
Well,
I mean, you don't. Cut him loose.
See, here's the thing. Even if you cut him loose, the dead cap money next year.
Cut him loose.
The Cowboys have backed themselves into such a hole with Dak Prescott.
Get out of it.
Again, how?
Cut him loose.
How?
Lick your wounds.
I mean,
do it.
How? I mean, look, I'm with you. And I've said, I don't know how many times, even though I'm the Dak defender, that the Cowboys have done nothing to put his replacement on the roster. Nothing. And with the contract that they signed him to, it almost guarantees the next one because the dead cap money is so ridiculous. They're stuck. But if they moved on from Dak, I'm down. Do it. But who are you going to get to replace him? Becomes the gazillion-dollar question for the Cowboys. But that's a story for many other days because Dak was awful last night, but so was everybody else.
Everybody else was.
Everybody else was awful as well. And so there's a lot of other guys that can be the punching bag.
Dak's the most fun, though.
Well, he is. And look, I mean, Dak is back with the interceptions. 2 of the 3. What the hell were you thinking? And even the one that got deflected by Gallup and up in the air.
What were you thinking?
The better placement would have been there. But that, I think, is underscore some of the issues with the play calling in this Cowboys offense. I know CeeDee Lamb is frustrated, but have you seen them showing any film of CeeDee Lamb getting separation from the defensive backs?
No.
I saw Brandon Cooks on a fly route being covered by a linebacker not getting separation. Yet every other team you seem to watch, the receivers can get open.
Well, I know the play you're talking about. Cooks was open. Unfortunately, the pass was in the first row. I mean, it was out of bounds. Okay, it wasn't that bad, but he was out of bounds. He had no shot at it.
Yeah.
He was open. Dak's got to deliver that football.
Dak does have to deliver that
and
ball.
He didn't do it. And the only pass that Dak threw last night that was any good at all was the one to Cavante Turpin.
Yeah, that touchdown pass was sweet. And
that
again,
was.
There were some moments, but again, I thought we were going to run the ball and establish the run that opens up the pass.
Well, they couldn't do that. That Niner defense is.
Hold on. What do you mean? You got all 5 offensive linemen. Your projected starting 5 are back. Your 5 best offensive linemen.
Which means the Niners are that much better than the Dallas Cowboys.
You can't try to establish the run. I mean, that was a nice run that Tony Pollard had until, I don't know, he fumbled the damn ball.
And that was a great play.
It was.
By Fred. What was it, Fred Ward?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a great play.
But again, though, they showed they could run. They just didn't stick with it, which is why Mike McCarthy fired Kellen Moore.
Which is why Mike McCarthy has got 1 foot out the door. And I don't know what Jerry was thinking. I didn't hear from Jerry. I have no Jerry talk last night, but I can't even imagine Jerry wanting to see anybody after that performance. When Jerry, Steven, and I didn't hear your interview with Stephen Jones, but I'm sure he was excited about it.
Absolutely.
I heard him on some other interviews where he was, it's a big game. This is, yada, yada. And for them to go out and lay an egg the way they did last night is just unacceptable. And it's got to be. When is it going to be unacceptable to the Jones family?
It's the $60 million cap hit question, is it not?
Wow.
Although yesterday, hard to put it all on number 4. He's easy, and he deserves his share. But across the board, I mean, that was a failure, and that starts with your head coach, Mike McCarthy, who is also your play caller. You want to react? You want to get it off your chest? We put together a rundown, which means, what we think we're going to talk about. But in reality, this is one of those days where you guys can take over the show. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You want to call us up? You want to get it off your chest? It's one of those kind of days. It's brutal. It's the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need T-shirts, screen printed, go see Sam. If you need caps done, Sam has over 12,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. You need your logo on any kind of fishing shirt, golf shirt, hoodie. We're getting into hoodie season. Sam will get you taken care of. Over 700 uniform lines to choose from. Sammy's Embroidery and Printing. Nobody has better prices. Sam has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas with one-day turnaround. No order too small, certainly no order too big, and all items do come with the warranty. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom down on San Pedro, 1 mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website samsembroidery.com for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store, the UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
Lowe's knows how to save pros time and money. Right now, get 15% off select gelled win windows and patio doors. And there's more. Earn 3 times MVP's bonus points on select Klein tools. Visit us in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Offer valid 10/5 through 10/11. Selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 10/27.
Moments like seeing my son's team cheer him on mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative NBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut, 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas, 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. If you have big dreams or big projects, we hope you'll consider Ewald Kubota. From small Kubota compact tractors to construction equipment, Kubota is a name you can trust. Or if you aren't committed to buying just yet, we have a full line of equipment you can rent by the day, week, or month. We can even deliver it to your work site. Ewald Kubota is committed to providing excellent customer service and satisfaction. So come by one of our 11 locations. We look forward to serving you. Or visit us on the web at ewaldkubota.com.
Tuesday on R&R in the Morning, we continue to talk about the fallout from the Cowboys-Niners beatdown. Also at 7 o'clock, Clarence Hill Jr. of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joins us to tell us about his vantage point from that game. And we got Chet versus Wemby. Spurs talk, baby. Now, back to the Blitz. Joe, leave Dak alone, man. It's not all on him. This is a total team loss. Don't just blame Dak.
Wait a minute, who is that?
That's Rudy J.
That's no way that's Rudy J.
That's Rudy calling it the way he sees it. Because there are some people that won't see the forest through the trees, and they're just going to blame Dak Prescott for that piece of crap performance last night.
And it was that, was it not? Now, you see, when you turn the ball over and give a team like San Francisco short field, they score. That's what happens.
Typically.
Tony Pollard, when you fumble the ball inside the 20, your own, that team
I'm
usually
sure that was
scores.
Dak's fault that Pollard got the ball punched out.
Well, look, it wasn't Dak's fault.
Nobody is going to defend Dak after what we saw last night.
Well, Rudy J just did.
No, I think Rudy J was saying, hey, Joe, he knows you. He's listened to you on the show long enough to realize you can't get past number 4. But if you can get past number 4, you realize there were issues all over the place last night with this Dallas Cowboys loss. This wasn't all on number 4, but he certainly had his part. And I look at so much of it with the play calling, right?
Yes.
One of the things that we knocked about with Kellen Moore is they always seem predictable, right? Now, I do have Tony Pollard on my fantasy team. So let me be clear that, I watch for a variety of reasons, and I also had him in my underdog fantasy business last night because it was like, I don't know, 57 or 70 yards, something seemingly attainable for Tony Pollard with the proper amount of carries, especially since he only had 11 last week. And I listened to Mike McCarthy say they want to run the damn ball, right?
8 times for Pollard, by the way.
So 4 in the first half. 4 in the first half when it was still a game.
Well, they didn't have a first down in the first quarter.
Well, it's because they kept throwing the ball. And why on 3rd and 5 do you run a 3-yard hitch route to your damn tight end? Right? I felt like Jason Garrett was back.
Well, is that what you think McCarthy called? Or was that the check down play?
It was bang bang. So I think that was the call. That was the route. All of it. But if you watch the Cowboys, when they're under center, they're likely to run. They never run the ball out of the shotgun, right? I said that to my wife at halftime. And then I saw later in the night Des Bryant tweeting about how predictable. And granted, he's trying to get people to lay off a CeeDee Lamb, who has every right to be frustrated. But at the same time, CeeDee, get open. Get open. Get open.
Well, you got to get open, yeah. Because, look, there were times when Dak had plenty of time.
There was.
And it was
and nowhere to go with the ball.
Nowhere to go with the football. And that was frustrating for CeeDee Lamb. But I'm with you. I mean, look, this guy wants $25 million a year. Get open. Catch the football. Brandon Ayuk, he had no problem getting open. Deebo Samuel had no problem getting open. George Kittle had no problem getting open.
George Kittle's still open. Are you kidding?
I mean, it's crazy.
Just look around. Jamar Chase, the game he had yesterday. I mean, there are a lot of guys, a lot of receivers that seem to get open.
Adam Thielen, for goodness sake, had a great day.
The Cowboys don't seem to get open, and I don't know if it's the offense with let's go back to everything that we know about this Cowboys since Mike McCarthy has taken over as the play caller, right?
Mm-hmm.
The routes are timed up with the steps of the drop, right? Everything needs to be in concert. We're running routes. Remember all the stuff that we saw in Oxnard with, all the routes, the timing of it, the perfection in this West Coast, the short passes. It's all about the footwork and all of it ain't working. It hasn't worked to this point. It really hasn't. And quite honestly, watching San Francisco run the West Coast offense versus watching Mike McCarthy's Tex Coast does feel like Kyle Shanahan is operating in 2023 and Mike McCarthy is 10 years behind with the West Coast offense.
Look, Kyle Shanahan obviously outcoached Mike McCarthy last night, and it wasn't even close. But this guy's a good up-and-coming head coach. There's no question about it. But look, for a guy that's fighting for his job, and I think we all said that many times, that's why he took over the play calling. It ain't working. And right now, I think if you're a Cowboy fan, no matter how you felt about Kellen Moore, you wish little Kellen Moore was on that sideline right now.
I don't know, honestly. Kellen Moore calling the plays last night, the result would have been far different than what we saw. Because what we saw was a Mike McCarthy team come out flat, not look ready. They got punched in the mouth. Mm-hmm. I think most, including you, including me, including James Pledger, most everybody on every national show picked San Francisco to win that game.
Yes.
San Francisco was the better team coming in, clearly the better team going out. But I don't know that anybody thought we were going to see the embarrassment ass kicking that we saw. No. And that includes Dak Prescott.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Called a couple of weeks ago, humbling against Arizona. But this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. Felt good about the preparation. Felt good about everything, honestly, coming into this game, matchups, and they beat us in every aspect.
I'm really, and I remember that as a humbling when they lost to Arizona, who hasn't won a game since, by the way.
It's only been a week.
Yeah, well, it's been 2, I think, hasn't it? What, 2? Yeah, I think it's been 2. They haven't won a game since.
We're not talking about the Bears going almost a calendar year here. Go ahead.
I'm just sick and tired of every time Dak Prescott gets on the podium. It's like, well, first of all, he was pissed off, right? I mean, before the game, and I'm glad you reminded me of that because I'm pissed off now. Boy, if you're pissed off, maybe you should go into a game happy. Just be happy, satisfied. I mean, my goodness, it's just I'm sick and tired of seeing these guys on the podium. Just, well, man, we got to get better. We got to. That's a humbling thing. It's a punch in the gut. Stop it.
I mean, what do you want them to say? I mean, to be honest, honestly, when I think about hearing Dak and all right, worst ass kicking of your life, I get it. Last night after that game, that might be the worst regular season loss since Tony Romo lost to the Philadelphia Eagles 44-6. Although that game, had they won, they're a playoff team. They lost, and they were out of the playoffs. And Romo goes up to the podium and says, if this is the worst thing that ever happened to me, I've lived a pretty good life. I mean, you got your ass kicked, right? And the feeling was kind of the same last night. Mm-hmm. The comments.
Yeah.
You see he throws an interception and the TV camera shows him and, he kind of cracks a little bit of a smile. He's happy? No, he's not happy. He's probably, I can't believe I mean.
Dude, I'm sorry. Look, and there's a lot to go around, and we can discuss CD. We have a little bit. We can discuss Micah Parsons not coming up big in a big game, and now he's going to be the highest paid defensive player in the league. For what? For what? For beating Arizona, the Giants.
They didn't beat
Jets.
Arizona.
No, they didn't. You're right. Okay. For beating the Giants, the Jets, and the New England Patriots, who are the worst team in football right now.
At least we're really good against the bad teams.
All of those teams is going to get Micah Parsons paid the highest amount of money for any defensive player. That's awesome.
A game like last night makes you question everything, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, because this Dallas Cowboys team, whether you want to call me a homer or not, and I am. I'm a Cowboy fan.
Absolutely.
But it wasn't just homers that were picking the Cowboys to have a great year.
Uh-huh.
On paper, you look at the roster, you look at the talent, a lot of national people picked Dallas to be one of those teams that could be in Las Vegas. And all of us look like idiots right now because we fell for it again. Ryan Eagle, you did a video earlier. It's on all our social media. Joe Ryan Eagle, sort of closet Cowboy fan. When they win, he wears a shirt. When they lose, you fell for it again, Cowboy fan. I mean, that's just...
It's good for business.
Well,
the Cowboys are good. Win, lose, or draw.
I mean, I blame Rudy J. Last week, he divorced the Bears, said he was a Cowboy fan, and now they played like the Bears. It's Rudy's fault. It's always somebody else's fault.
And the Bears won.
And the Bears won. And
Rudy's the problem.
Rudy is the
Dak
problem.
Prescott. Rudy's right.
No,
it's not Dak Prescott.
It's
Rudy J.
It's Dak Prescott. It really is. I mean, it was a big game, and he came up small. Again. The problem with Dallas is they're stuck with him.
Wow.
They are stuck with Dak Prescott. They have put all their eggs in that carton. There is not a replacement in the building. There's nobody that could take his job. And his cap hit next year is $60 million. So they got to rework that deal because they can't take that cap hit next year. And if they cut him, what is it, about 30 some odd million of dead money?
39, I think.
It was they can't do that either.
Well, it's not 60.
So what they've got to figure out what to do is how do they win with Dak Prescott? And last night, that formula didn't work.
It's been 8 years, Jason. If they haven't figured out how to win with Dak Prescott in 8 years, what makes you think that all of a sudden somebody's going to come up with a formula that all of a sudden now Dak Prescott's the guy that's taking them to the Super Bowl? It's not happening.
Well, again, it's surrounding them. They're supposed to have this defense, I thought, on paper could be historically great this year. And
that's a big word.
Not even close.
They were historically bad last night.
Well, I mean,
They
didn't give up 70 like your boy Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
Like my boy. We'll talk about that. And I'm so happy for Nathaniel Hackett. I can't stand it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know the guy, and I'm happy for him.
Let's go around the NFL coming up. Take your calls. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tuesday on R&R in the morning, we continue to talk about the fallout from the Cowboys 49ers beatdown. And at 7, Clarence Hill Jr. of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joins us.
We had the debut. He is an NBA player for real. Chet Wemby went off last night. We'll look back at the Spurs. What'd they do and how did Wemby look? Join us early. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson for Tri-County Meat Market, your locally owned full-service meat market. Tri-County has 2 great locations, Keebner Road and Ralph Fair, stocked full of everything you need to up your grilling game. You're looking for the perfect cut of beef, they've got it, and if they don't have it, they'll cut it for you. Roast chicken, prepare foods, they've got it. The 5 for $25 is always in play. If you're a first responder, 10% off the best meat you're going to find. Tri-County Meat Market. Head over to either location, put some good meat on the grill, and thank me later.
Joel, don't you just love Halloween?
It's okay, but I do like your troll costume.
I'm not wearing a costume.
Folks, if your home's AC starts making those witching sounds or the pipes in your wall start moaning and clanging like ghosts having a party, call Quarter Moon at 651-5899, and we'll send our team of highly trained
Ghostbusters!
I was gonna say technicians.
I ain't afraid of no clogs.
Quarter Moon Plumbing and AC, 651-5899. License number M16004, TACLA 000743445E.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Major phone carriers make you sign contract with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy. Free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and friction and reduce wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99. Limit supply. See store for details. Get Syntec only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Guys, your testosterone level can impact your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Book your testosterone level check at Revive Men's Health San Antonio. They're the local experts with guaranteed treatments for low T and ED. There are no lab fees. All your tests are included, and many patients find Revive more affordable than their insurance deductibles and copays. Book your testosterone level check today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The UTSA Roadrunners are back in the Dome this Saturday against UAB. Hi, I'm April Lancira. Join me in packing the Dome Saturday by getting your tickets today. Go to UTSAFootballtickets.com.
Hi, I'm quarterback Frank Harris. I want to see you Saturday as we play our first ever AAC home game. You don't want to miss the party. We need you there.
It's our UTSA Roadrunners against UAB this Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Alamo Dome. Don't miss out on the excitement. Get your tickets now at UTSAFootballtickets.com. That's UTSAFootballtickets.com.
If you're hit by a car, truck, or commercial vehicle, you need help with vehicle repairs, car rental, medical care, Davis Law Firm can help get your life back on track. For over 25 years, we have secured important verdicts and settlements for our clients, some in the millions of dollars. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car or truck wreck or hit by a commercial vehicle, call the Fours right now. Call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets. Sign up today at sasportstar.com.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Appreciate you tuning in on this Monday, the day after an embarrassing Dallas Cowboy loss as they got their ass kicked in the Bay. 42-10 at Joe Reinagel 2-0 at Jason Minix if you want to chime in on Twitter. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. If you're watching now, make sure you hit that subscribe button and you're subscribed. Or you could always dial up or text 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Yeah, please do that because it's cool. I love watching the comments and everybody on YouTube. That it's kind of cool, and we appreciate you watching there, but we appreciate you listening and wherever you're at. So it's good, especially on a day like this. You need to get it off your chest and vent a little bit, whether you're pro Cowboy or not.
That's what it is.
That's it.
I have a feeling it's going to be a pile-on Prescott day. Cowboy James, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, Jason, you know, I'm a homer also, but right now, would you pay Dak Prescott? And my other question is Mike McCarthy now on the hot seat for the season? And if we don't win these next 3 games, we may not see the playoffs.
You know,
that's all I have.
You know, Cowboy James, I'll take him in order. Mike McCarthy on the hot seat. You know, I don't think that Jerry or Steven or Mike or any of us thought that they would be 3-2 after 5 games. 4-1.
Yeah, not with that schedule that started with.
If they're not a playoff team, then maybe. But honestly, I don't know. If the play calling doesn't seem to get better, the offense, I mean, you know, somebody made the comparison to Arizona. They moved the ball up and down the field against Arizona. They just couldn't punch it in. So I don't know yet that I would say he's on the hot seat. They still could be in the mix, but their schedule coming up is brutal. And I'll go back to what I've constantly said about Dak Prescott. It's not that I want him. It's not that I think he's the guy, but the Cowboys have put themselves in a position to not only do they need to restructure his deal and keep him around, but when they restructure him, he's going to get slotted as being one of the highest paid guys. It's nuts, and I'm not saying it's right. That's the way the NFL works. And the dead money that they would have to eat if they released him is so high, and that's mismanagement on the part of the Dallas Cowboys when they signed that deal. And I will say, Jerry and Steven and everybody seems to be consistent that they believe in that guy. Whether you do, whether I do, they do, and they're the ones writing the check, but they haven't drafted a future replacement. They haven't done anything to line up any kind of succession plan, and I don't think at 80 years old, Jerry Jones is going to start over with a maybe kind of quarterback, especially with the other guys on this team that are highly paid or going to be highly paid. This isn't a rebuilding, let's start over at the most important position.
You've got a maybe quarterback right now. This is a maybe quarterback.
Oh,
He's Jason. I mean, even a diehard Dak defender like yourself, he is a maybe quarterback. This guy is in his 8th year with the Dallas Cowboys. He's won 2 playoff games in an 8-year period of time.
Yes.
He is a maybe quarterback at this point in time. Look, other teams have done it. Go out and get somebody. If you got to take a hit, take a hit. I mean, but at some point in time,
you better have that other guy ready to go. I mean, if they could pull off
stupid people, they got to get it done.
If you could pull off a trade like the Rams did for a Matt Stafford, but I mean, they're having a similar conversation, I'm sure, in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins and the amount of money that guy makes. And
he's going to be a free agent, by the way, at the end of the year.
He's finally at the end of his contract. I look at, in Denver, where they rolled the dice, and they don't feel good about that. Cleveland, they give that ridiculous contract to Deshaun Watson. Even the Ravens and what they're getting from Lamar right now with that loss yesterday. I mean, once you get somebody that you think can play the position, you have to go all in on them. I mean, that's that's part of it. And again, have I defended Dak? I mean, this is a guy who has got back-to-back 12-win seasons. He's put up ridiculous numbers. He's made big throws. But in the biggest moments, when it matters the most, he has come up empty. And I said last year after San Francisco, I'm done losing in the playoffs. You're a great regular season quarterback. And there's something with the star. Because over the weekend, there was that ridiculous stat, highest regular season winning percentage without a long playoffs or whatever the stat was, conference championship. Dak Prescott was number 1 on that list, and Tony Romo's number 2.
Well, that's fantastic.
And again, regular season doesn't matter.
Exactly. He can't win the big game. And if anybody out there thinks that the Dallas Cowboys are going to get to the Super Bowl if they have to go through San Francisco, you're a fool. They're not. They're not as good as San Francisco. They're not even close. They're not as good as Philadelphia. I don't think they're as good as Detroit. And I'd throw Seattle in the mix.
Joseph, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man? Joseph.
Hello. Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Once again, thank y'all for having this conversation about Dak Prescott. I really appreciate it. I've never been a Dak Prescott fan ever since he, replaced Tony Romo. But you know what? I said, you know what? I'm gonna go with him this year, and I'm gonna root for him as hard as it can be. And yesterday solidified my opinion, and he is not good. And it sucks to hear that because with that cap money, you can't get rid of him, unfortunately.
Which is what I've been trying to say. I'm not saying that I'm the biggest Dak guy. I mean, with Romo, I was a Romo-sexual. With Dak, but I don't know what else you do because it's not like they have the answer to the question, if not Dak, who? And if you say Trey Lance, you're an idiot.
Jerry's an idiot because they brought him in. And if Trey Lance was the secret weapon that was going to give them all the info on San Francisco, that failed miserably.
It did. Junior, you're on the Blitz. What's going on, man?
Yes, sir. I think it's a little bit of Dak and McCarthy. You can't really open the playbook too much for Dak because you really don't trust him. And McCarthy doesn't have, in my opinion, really creative plays like Shanahan was showing. So you really can't blame either one if it's a combination of both. And if you're going to rely on that defense every time for turnovers, it's going to be too hard. The way the offense is set up now in the NFL, it's going to be too hard on the Cowboys every game to come up with turnovers. So
great call, Junior. And I don't know that I'm waiting on the Cowboys defense to get a turnover, but I would like them to get a stop on 3rd and 14. I mean,
that'd be nice.
Maybe cover that Ayuk guy running across the middle on 3rd and 14. I mean, and that's, I think, the biggest frustration of last night's game.
It was the defense could not get off the field.
That defense. And before the year, I said, I think they got a chance to be historically great. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, look, and I'd give you a chance to explain this. You told me about something before the show about, Trayvon Diggs, huge loss. I know that changes things in the secondary because, look, that secondary was completely destroyed by Mr. Irrelevant last night. Completely destroyed.
They were, although, my goodness, I mean, and I know, Dak's a 4th-round guy. Tom Brady was a 6th-round guy. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Brock Purdy's a hell of a quarterback.
He's a good quarterback.
He is a hell of a quarterback. So sometimes, 1st-round guy, 2nd-round guy, 7th-round guy.
I'd rather have a mid-round guy at this point in time.
I mean, you think about everything that goes into those top picks, and you look at Brock Purdy, his decision-making, his throws, and he throws the ball where he knows he can. A guy that was in college for a long time. I mean, the expectations weren't there. He's a hell of a quarterback, and he makes all the throws. And he's got the perfect staff around him. I mean, it is the perfect storm, which is what everybody is looking for, which made it easy for San Francisco to move on for Trey Lance, even though they went all in on Trey Lance. They know they've got their guy. Everybody else, you can get out.
Guy's making $890,000, which, I mean, to you and me is a hell of a lot of money. To a NFL quarterback is not a whole heck of a lot. Look, he's going to get paid. This guy's a damn good quarterback. The throws he made last night, and I know there were a lot of guys who were running around wide open, by the way, a lot, but there were some others that weren't. Brock Purdy made some throws that only top quarterbacks in the NFL can make.
Yep.
This guy was slinging the rock last night, and I was making a commotion on the plane going, damn, that was a good throw. Whoa, that was a good throw.
That's why they don't want you to drink too much on a plane.
Dude, they were good throws. I was perfectly sober. It was like this guy was throwing the ball exactly where it needed to be, exactly at the time it needed to be there. Look, I wish Brock Purdy would change jerseys.
I mean, but when I look at Brock Purdy and like what you just said, with those throws that he was making, was the defense as bad as it looked then? I mean, because the defense had no pressure on him.
No,
and he's really good against the man, and he's really good when facing pressure. And all last week, that's what I kept talking about. I thought this was the game for Dan Quinn and that defense to make a statement. They were going to have to put the Cowboys offense in position to win, almost like last year's playoff game. And could that get it done? And the defense didn't help out the offense at all. And then once the snowball got going, it was over.
Well, again, the run defense last night was terrible. I mean, it was awful. They got I don't know. I can't add all this up in a big hurry, but it was a bunch. It was a lot. The run defense was terrible. I mean, look, the defense is not as good as advertised. It's just not. And if that's all Trayvon Diggs, so be it. But my gosh, that defense is just it's not good unless they're playing New England or the New York Giants.
I mean,
then they're pretty good.
You look at 421 yards of offense for San Francisco. You're right. I mean, not good. On the ground, they had 170 yards rushing. McCaffrey only had 51.
Yeah, it was the other guy.
Mason finished with 69. But I do think there is something to the value of Diggs. And I know you weren't the biggest Diggs fan.
No.
You're the only one on the planet that didn't recognize how great he was and what a big loss that is.
How great he was.
For the Cowboys defense.
He was great.
They were number one in pass defense before him. And they dropped, 31 without him.
Again, we talk about the teams that they've played. Now they got Justin Herbert coming up and little Kellen Moore, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
They've also got Austin Eckler to deal with next week. So they've got to travel out to the West Coast again. Look, that game against the Chargers is not going to be an easy football game the way they're playing.
It won't be. The good news is
the
Chargers don't play defense, though.
Well, that's good news. Is it?
Well,
we'll see how good a defense they have when they face Dak Prescott and company.
I mean, I mean, Monday. Well, we got a long way to go till next Monday. I mean, you look at it and you just go from there. 210-656-ESPN 656-3776. Back to the phones. Steve, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on. This whole Brock and Dak thing. Brock, there's one thing that I've always said about Dak. He's never been accurate. I mean, good quarterbacks throw it in the spot where even a defender that's right on him. That's what Brock was doing to him last night. They weren't always open, but he put it in a spot where your receiver can only catch it and not the defender. And it's been a while since I've seen Dak do that. And even during the training camp, I'd see him throw balls in the dirt. They're constantly getting an interception. I mean, he's just throwing it up for grabs last night.
I mean, to a degree. I mean, the guy was 14 of 24.
Good call, Steve.
I mean, Purdy was 17 of 24. I do think, though, some of that to me is still on receivers. And again, I'm not trying to defend Dak, but the receivers got to go make plays too when that ball's in the air. Ayuk went and made plays.
I agree with that. They caught it. I mean, Ayuk was running around most of the time wide open. But I think what Steve said is accurate. I mean, Brock Purdy was putting the ball exactly where it needed to be. Dak Prescott was not. The only good throw he made last night was the touchdown pass to Turpin.
Yeah.
That's the only good throw he made. Brock Purdy all night long. Bam, bam, bam.
David, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Yeah, in regards to Dak Prescott, back in the days when Greg Popovich would play some players, and if they were not producing, he'd pull them out and sit them and make them watch the game to get a flow. Maybe Dak Prescott needs to sit for a couple of series. That way he can watch the game and get a flow for what's going on. And then maybe that might set a fire underneath him. What do you think?
Football and basketball are so different. You don't do that with your quarterbacks in football. You only have so many offensive possessions, generally 8 to 10 per game. You're not going to sit him for a couple, let him get a flow, because Cooper Rush isn't going to go in there and have the same kind of flow that Dak Prescott is.
I don't think Cooper Rush threw a pass last night when he came in, did he?
Well, he did.
Maybe a couple, I don't know.
He was 2 of 2 for 8 yards and got sacked.
Okay. Woo! That's awesome. It's interesting to me, and I wonder if at some point in time, because they did go out and trade for Trey Lance, and I don't think he's the answer. I've been saying that since I thought it was a horrible trade to begin with. But at some point in time, you put Cooper Rush as the third, let Trey Lance get some run. I mean, I don't know. It's you got to see what you got there, don't you?
I think you do, in all seriousness. But I think that only happens if the next month and a half go awful and the Cowboys are eliminated.
It could go awful.
I mean,
their schedule's about to get tough.
And so I think that's the only way you see Trey Lance in a regular season game active, even as the backup, is if things have gone so bad now they really do want to see what they have in him. Because even then, you got to wonder how much of the playbook does he actually understand at this point to even have him elevated as the backup.
Well, Dak Prescott doesn't understand the playbook, so you're going to what do you got to lose?
I wonder if Mike McCarthy understands the playbook. Well, I tell you what, it was a hell of a weekend for football. I saw a lot of you grilling this weekend, posting on social media. If you tag us on Twitter, that's cool and all, but that doesn't get you in the running for the $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. You want to try to win that gift card, upload those great grilling photos to sasportstar.com, the Grilling with the Blitz page, because every Thursday we like to judge the meat and give away a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flag, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunk Law, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Rizumkizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
The San Antonio Quarterback Club is celebrating their 76th year. The San Antonio Quarterback Club meets every Tuesday and is a proud supporter of Gridiron Heroes Spinal Cord Injury Foundation. This week's speaker is UIW head coach Clint Killow and former Cardinals coach, now Texas State head coach G.J. Kinney. Should be a great conversation that begins at 11 at the Corey Golf Club. The San Antonio Quarterback Club. For more info, go to saqbclub.com. That's saqbclub.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom. Yeah. Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax. Touchdown! A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax. 100% natural male enhancement formulas only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters. You got to get to Mother's Window Tint right now, because if you do, it's National Pizza Month, and we're going to give you a free 18-inch one-topping pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria. Go to Mother's Window Tint today and get your windows tinted. Buy an alarm system and make sure you get a free pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria while you're there. Remember, do it at Mother's and save.
Your home for the Cowboys.
Prescott all the way, runs it in for the touchdown.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
We have a little Spurs basketball tonight. Silver and Black play their first preseason game. Wemby and company taking on Thunder in Oklahoma City. It tips at 7 o'clock on NBA TV. Cavante Turbin expected to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a high ankle sprain. He suffered that last night. Leighton Vander Esch, a little bit better news. X-rays on his neck last night came back negative. Texas Longhorns fell to number 9. Sooners, with their win over the Horns, up to number 5.
Have you or a family member been arrested? The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, can help regardless of the legal battle you are facing, personal injury or criminal defense. Attorney Jesse Hernandez and his team are ready to fight for you. Calls are answered 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Call 210-807-8656 or visit jessehernandezlaw.com. That's 210-807-8656 or jessehernandezlaw.com. The law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. Back from vacation, a week in Cabo, comes home to every damn team except UTSA taking one on the chin this week.
Well, and UIW won too, I think, right? And even Texas State lost.
Yeah.
Wow. So it was a rough week for the state of Texas. That's for sure. Texans lose in a close game with Atlanta.
Dude, the Texans game. It will go around the NFL in a bit. It's a lot about the Cowboys right now, but let's look at some of the other stories making headlines. We call it the Headline Blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
I don't know where you want to go here. I know we put stuff in here. None of this seems to make a damn bit of difference now.
It really doesn't, except the only thing that really caught my eye was the fact that a 49er fan proposed to a Cowboys fan yesterday in the Bay Area, and she said yes.
Well, of course she said yes. The question is, would that 49er fan, had the Cowboys won the game, still pull the ring out at the stadium?
I wonder. I think he did it. Well, I mean, it was pretty much over when it started, but so I guess he felt pretty comfortable about that.
Mm-hmm.
But she said yes. They're going to be house divided.
Mm-hmm.
At least for now, though, he's got the upper hand.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Yeah.
You think about this weekend in college football.
Uh-huh.
The way the Texas Longhorns lost. Just brutal. Just brutal.
It was awful.
And then the way A&M lost.
Mm-hmm.
Just brutal. I mean, you're up at halftime, and you get 3 points the rest of the way.
Yeah.
4th and a yard, and you don't go for it, Jimbo. 4th and a yard. It was just so. Let's talk basketball.
Sure.
Big 12 is back, and it talks about adding Gonzaga for basketball. They want to be the basketball super conference.
Well, they already are, aren't they? I mean, I
mean,
would say the Big 12 conference is probably the best basketball conference in the country.
Big 12, Big 10.
Okay.
I mean, they probably are, but they want to hang their hat on basketball.
I don't know why.
Well, Texas, you are leaving. I think that's
maybe that's why.
You got to have something, because they're going to take 3 steps back when it comes to football.
Well, I tell you what, if you thought Texas and OU weren't ready for the SEC, I think they answered that question on Saturday. That was a hell of a football game. Both teams played pretty well for the most part.
Dude, the defense, the hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a good SEC type of battle until for both teams the final couple of minutes for Texas to move down and get that field goal.
Yeah.
Bob Ballou last week when he was on.
Did he predict Texas?
He did.
Uh-huh.
And most people did.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because if Texas is back, kind of like the Cowboys, we all bought in.
Yeah.
And then you get the letdown. Another year of getting to here.
Texas is back, folks.
Just not this year.
Wow.
You look at that, and I asked Bob, what's your biggest concern about this Longhorn program, and why is it Bert Auburn? Right? And he went on about how good the kicker is. Don't worry about it. He's going to be fine. Kid nailed that kick.
Yeah.
I was scared, man. That was the last guy I wanted to see rolling out there. And then the defense couldn't get a stop. I mean,
45 seconds.
Quinn Ewers
no
throwing an
timeouts.
interception here. You get an interception. You get an interception.
Dude, I
thought
couldn't
it was
believe
Dak
it.
Prescott there for a minute.
I thought when they kicked that field goal, there's no time on the clock. Oklahoma's got no timeouts.
Yeah.
And they drive right down the field.
I mean, at the very least, you're going to get overtime. For them to lose that game, and then for A&M to lose the way they did,
unbelievable.
I mean, it was just
unbelievable. Texas, I was so upset. I was yelling on the beach. Actually, I was by the pool, but
same difference,
same thing.
You were in Cabo.
Yeah, I was.
I mean, I mean, just all of it. It was just a weird weekend. The lone bright spot for most of the people listening to us is UTSA went into Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They beat Temple. Frank Harris looked fantastic. Offense feels like it is back on track. Defense clearly has some work to do. They clearly have some work to do on the defensive side. We'll talk about it coming up. 5:15, Jeff Traylor, head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners, will join us to talk about that win, their first ever win in the AAC, their first home game coming up this week against UAB. We'll have tickets to give away all week long in an effort to help pack the dome. You can also buy tickets to the UTSA game if you don't win them at UTSAfootballtickets.com is the website, UTSAfootballtickets.com. And you look at that, you think about, all right, they got UAB coming in. Trent Dilfer is their head coach. Jacob Zeno, former J quarterback, is their quarterback. They're playing good football. So it's going to be a fun one Saturday night, 7 o'clock in the Dome, which means all day tailgating there in the Alamo Dome.
UTSA is a 9-point favorite right now. From what I saw, it started at 7. It's already up to 9. So the money is going to the Roadrunners, at least for now. We'll see how that continues throughout the week. But ought to be a lot of fun in the Dome Saturday night.
And again, as the UTSA program moves into the American football program, they got a chance to win a trophy this year. Expectations aren't very high for the UTSA basketball program.
No.
The rankings, the poll was announced today. UTSA men's basketball picked to finish 14th.
Which is dead last, by the way. Dead last in the conference.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't guess they'll be getting an invite to the Big 12 anytime soon for basketball.
Well, I mean,
if they want to be,
hurts the overall program about going there. Again,
Wow.
Jeff Traylor at 5:15, but Cowboys Niners, you want to react to it, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Who are you mad at? Dan Quinn and the defense, Micah being a no-show, just Dak, Mike McCarthy, all of it, all of the above, Jerry. You want to react to the beatdown because, I mean, we were getting ready for that one. We thought that was going to be the game. That was going to be the measuring stick game. And if that's a measuring stick, you realize I hope you have a yardstick, maybe 3 of them, because that's how much farther San Francisco is ahead of the Cowboys. We'll dive into it next here on the Blitz and take your phone calls. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You know, injuries do happen, and when they do, you can skip the ER and get straight to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday. On-site x-ray casting and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Learn more online at tsaog.com. That's tsaog.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunk Law, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Now is the best time to buy a Connecticut water softener. With current models being closed out to make way for the new ones, you can save big. Call Connecticut at 656-PURE and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you. That's 656-PURE.
It's football season and the Roo Pub is kicking off their 10-year anniversary party. Over the past decade, the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch a game with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. College football, pro football, the games are on at the Roo. Aggie fans, every game will be on with sound. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Celebrating 10 years, the Roo Pub next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Hey guys, do you know what makes Revive Men's Health San Antonio different? You. Every Revive treatment and medication is personalized just for you. Revive has the experts that guys go to when their current treatment isn't working. They have a complicated medical condition, or they're just not happy with their daily performance. Since 2011, they've helped thousands of local men suffering with the symptoms of low T and ED. Their goal is simple: to get to the bottom of your issues and fix them. Your best performance requires more than generic ED medications or a low-dose testosterone booster at a low-ball price like you find online. Revive medications are custom compounded, affordable, and guaranteed to resolve your issues. Stop dealing with the symptoms of low T or ED. Book your T-check and exam today. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit us at revivemenshealth.com.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut, 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana, 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas, 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
Smoky Mo's Texas Barbecue is the best barbecue in San Antonio. Tailgating or game watching? Build your own barbecue group pack with sliced brisket, turkey, pork loin, or meats of your choice, and all the classic barbecue sides. And let Smoky Mo's take care of the food while you cheer for the team. Early kickoff? Make everyone happy with Smoky Mo's breakfast taco boxes for a crowd. This season, we'd love to see you at our 7 Smoky Mo's locations or order for pickup or delivery at SmokyMo'sBBQ.com.
Gomez Law Firm has been taking care of the people of San Antonio for almost 50 years, the leader in personal injury law. Jose, tell us a little bit more about what you do.
We do ride-sharing cases, 18-wheeler cases. Obviously, we've done those for very many years. Work injuries. We will be happy to take a look at and see if we can help.
If you have been injured in an accident or hit by a company vehicle, then you need to visit JoeGomezLaw.com.
We've been around for almost 50 years, and we're not going anywhere.
Call the Gomez Law Firm at 736-4040.
Now's the time to head out to your nearest Ewald Kubota dealer and get a great deal on a brand new Kubota M-Series tractor during the Ewald Kubota Inventory Reduction Sale. Get a feature-loaded M5, 6, or 7 with powerful engine options. And with Kubota, you get comfort, quality, and value. So get a great deal on the Kubota M-Series during the Ewald Kubota End-of-Year Inventory Reduction Sale. From the Gulf of Mexico to the hill country of Texas for over 75 years, Ewald Kubota is your Kubota dealer.
The UTSA Roadrunners are back in the Dome this Saturday against UAB. Hi, I'm April Lancira. Join me in packing the Dome Saturday by getting your tickets today. Go to UTSAFootballtickets.com.
Hi, I'm quarterback Frank Harris. I want to see you Saturday as we play our first ever AAC home game. You don't want to miss the party. We need you there.
It's our UTSA Roadrunners against UAB this Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Alamo Dome. Don't miss out on the excitement. Get your tickets now at UTSAFootballtickets.com. That's UTSAFootballtickets.com.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. Join us tonight at 6:30 for Monday Night Football, exclusively on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Purdy in the gun. McCaffrey on his right. Back he goes, steps up, rolls to his right, throws on the run into the end zone, wide open. Touchdown to George Kittle.
We heard that 3 times last night.
The enthusiasm from Brad Cham on the Cowboys Radio Network and here on 94.1, I think, speaks for all Cowboy fans. One of the things I love about Brad is he doesn't sugarcoat it. It was bad last night. The defense was bad last night. In fact, the dude just tweeted me and said, hang on, where is it? A guy named John G tweets at Jason Minix, does not include at Joe Reinego 210, but you should. That defense couldn't cover that grandma with a blanket.
It's accurate.
It really is.
There were a lot of 49er receivers running wide open and free.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You want to chime in on here on the Blitz about what happened last night? Easy to do. He's Joe. I'm Jason. If you're watching on YouTube, you can comment there as well. Make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. And again, the blame game goes all around. It starts and ends with Dak Prescott. I mean, he's the quarterback. But last night, the defense had to show up and make a statement. And they didn't. Micah Parsons, though, after their second loss this year. Remember, after we lost to Arizona, they're not the better team. We beat ourselves.
Yes.
This was the guy that was an MVP talk after last night's beatdown.
They really are higher level than us. I think we're the same caliber playoff team, if not the same talent standard as them. I just feel like we need to really reconsider some things, get together, and fix some things. I feel like it was a few plays away. The score don't really shape what really happened out there.
You're right. They should have scored more. They could have scored more.
A few. It was. Micah, that's great. I love the way you spin it. And that dude's going to work PR somewhere after football.
I mean, honestly, you're right. 42-10. It felt worse than that. I mean, there are games where you go, well, final score wasn't quite the same.
Well,
you're right.
Christian McCaffrey fumbles at the 1 yard line.
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. They were going in for another score there. Wow. Dude, everybody else said, look, there's a punch in the gut, is humbling, whatever. San Francisco, they were the better team last night.
They're the better team, period.
Well, I get that,
All
but
right.
I'm talking to Micah Parsons. They were the better team last night. We're going to move on. We're going to get better.
Micah did say it was a punch.
I think every win is a statement just because, look, we lost to the Arizona Cardinals, and it was like everybody had something bad to say. So I feel like every win is important for us, just to prove how good we can be and potentially keep getting better.
Yeah, and look, the NFL is a weird place.
It is.
We know that. I mean, Buffalo can beat Miami, then lose to Jacksonville.
Yeah. Well, Jacksonville's starting to hit their stride. We all thought this would be the Jacksonville that we expected at the beginning of the year. So I'm not going to sit here and say Jacksonville's a bad team.
No, but Buffalo shouldn't lose to Jacksonville if Buffalo's the team that we thought Buffalo was going to be. After that opening loss to the Jets, they'd been beating a lot of good teams, looking like they could be one of the best teams in the AFC, not named Kansas City, right? And then you lose to Jacksonville. It's weird. The NFL can be weird, but what we saw from the Dallas Cowboys and what it's 2 losses, so hard to say there's a pattern because it's only 2. But when this team is going south, they are all going south together. I mean, they're bad in all 3 phases when they're bad. When they're good, they seem to be all good. It's not like, boy, the defense really played well if the offense could step it up. Or, man, offense did their part. What happened to the defense? I mean, it just is weird that in their 2 losses, all 3 phases were a bleep show. Penalties left and right, especially the pre-snap penalties, which, drives Mike McCarthy and every head coach and every coach at any level crazy. But it is kind of strange that when they're off as an entire team, not just offense, defense, or special teams.
Yeah, but there are some flags, Jason, and the penalties are one thing, but then that run defense is still bad. It's just not good. And we saw that against Arizona. We saw it again last night against San Francisco, and they've got to fix that somehow if they can. Only thing Jonathan Hankins was good for last night was getting the ball doinked off his helmet because Brock Purdy's only 6'1". He did that twice, which was it worked out okay at the time. But I mean, they're getting no pass rush, and it's not all on Micah. Where's DeMarcus Lawrence? We're not sitting here killing DeMarcus Lawrence. He didn't breathe on anybody last night. I mean, Odigizua, where was he? He wasn't anywhere. That entire pass rush was non-existent last night for the Dallas Cowboys, which is supposed to be the strength of that defense.
You just look at that game last night. And again, the defense was this team. I think the Cowboy brass knows what they have in their quarterback. They know what their quarterback's limitations are. So they remember years ago, everything was built around the offense and we'll just outscore everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't work. Not all, but a lot of resources have gone to the defensive side to build that unit up.
Yeah.
So that unit can carry the load and the offense do what you need to get wins, right? But when that defense is bad and it's on Dak to try to do anything, because the offense didn't do anything, but neither did the defense. It was nuts. But this is supposed to be a team kind of flipped around where the defense is supposed to be the dominant unit and offense go do your thing.
Look, the defense was bad. I'm not going to take up for the defense, but if I recall, the Cowboys gave the 49ers a short field on 3 separate occasions. I don't care how good your defense is. That's very difficult to put your defense under that situation. Look, the offense is bad, Jason. The offense is not good. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. Last night, the defense played poorly. Maybe they're not as good as we think they are, but that offense is just not good. It's not good. It hasn't been good. I don't care how many points they have in the record book for this year. The offense is just not good. It's not. It's hard to argue that, isn't it? Because they're not good. Brandon Cooks has been a no-show.
Cooks has been a no-show.
CD Lamb has, he's got his problems.
It's hard. It's hard to say that offense isn't good.
It's not good.
They didn't play good last night. I'll give you that. But I mean, this offense, with the numbers that they have put up and seemingly added to with the addition of a Brandon Cooks compared to last year, right? You get the offense isn't bad. It's not great, and it's
not good,
and it wasn't great last night. But it's not a crappy offense by any stretch.
It is.
How can you say that?
Who have they played?
Well,
they've played nobody. Nobody. And at that Giants game, they scored a lot of points, but the defense, if I recall, scored a bunch of those.
And the red zone issues have been there. But
red zone issues.
I mean,
the offense
you
is
were all in on making Tony Pollard the guy.
Yep.
Right. You know.
Well, you got to hand him the football.
Well, see, there you go. I mean, I look at CeeDee Lamb, supposed to be one of those number one top flight kind of wide receivers, you know, and he can't seem to get open and is frustrated. They didn't bring in Brandon Cooks to get 2 targets a game.
No.
Right. I mean, this is a guy that has gone for 1,000 yards everywhere he's been, and he's played for every damn team in the league. Feels like in the NFL, the USFL, NFL Europe, the AFL. I mean, that guy's played everywhere, and he always catches 1,000 yards. You got to throw him the ball to get him there. To me, I look back at the play calling with Mike McCarthy, which I haven't been happy with since game 1.
Yeah,
but it's work in progress. We're still learning it. We're doing all of that. You know, they're currently ranked 17th. In offense.
That's not good.
Well, but after last night, I'm
mediocre.
surprised they're that high. I mean, literally middle of the pack.
Let's look and see who's ahead of them. The Denver Broncos are ahead of them. The Denver Broncos are ahead of them. Now, are you kidding me? The Denver Broncos, the Arizona Cardinals are ahead of them. The Chicago Bears are ahead of them. Your Honor, I rest.
The Houston Texans. God, who's behind them?
Holy cow. That's not a good offense, Jason. It's not.
And again, is it the players or is it the play calling?
It's both.
Well, because those are the same players who were the number one offense under Kellen Moore the last couple of years.
If I recall, they had every one of their starting offensive linemen last night. I don't want that excuse.
For the first time in over a year.
I'm just asking. I don't want that excuse.
Well, nobody's giving it. Because we literally said a while ago, the expectation, those guys back, things were going to get better, especially in the run game. And your play caller calls 4 run plays for your number one running back in the first half.
And your quarterback threw 3 interceptions.
Not in the first half. They came late when the game was at hand.
Oh, baloney. Stop it.
Dude, I'm not defending
Tony
Dak,
Pollard fumbled the football. Look,
no. In the first half, when it was still a game,
the
play calling did not put yourself in position to win. They did. They got their ass kicked. It was embarrassing. But is it the offensive players or is it the play calling?
So you want to blame all of this on Mike McCarthy? You want to blame all of this? All the problems
he wanted that
McCarthy.
responsibility. That's why he got rid of Kellen Moore.
He did.
He told us they're going to be a run-first team. And with those 5 guys back, they were going to be run-dominant. You remember what he said, that balance in the run game. And they ran the ball a lot last year. He said, well, it's the timing of those runs, right? The timing of those runs. Tony Pollard finishes the game with 8 carries for 29 yards. In the first half, the first 2 quarters of the football game, Tony Pollard had 4 carries for 8 yards.
See, here's the deal, though. Mike McCarthy could get away with that in Green Bay because he had, Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. Did he have Brett Favre? He had Aaron Rodgers for sure.
But why let facts get in the way of a good rant?
He had Aaron Rodgers. Okay, so Rodgers could pull rabbits out of hats. And he only won 1 championship with Aaron. Here he's got to deal with Dak Prescott. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure that Mike McCarthy is the biggest Dak Prescott fan.
I mean, I know what he has said.
Well, I know what he said.
But there's a reason he took over the play calling. There's a reason he's calling the plays that he's calling. But when you look at last night's drive chart and you think about what those guys did at the beginning of the game, 3 and out in a yard, 3 and out in a yard. They had 1 good drive, but in that first half where they're supposed to be run heavy, Dak Prescott threw 16 passes. He was 10 of 16 at halftime for 85 yards and a touchdown. Tony Pollard had 4 carries. Brandon Cooks had 1. Rico Dowdle had 1, and Prescott had 1 run for 2 yards. So 7 run plays out of in that first half to 16 pass plays. Yet you're supposed to be a run-first football team.
So, and look, and that makes some sense in the fact that if you've got your offensive linemen back, you want to try and wear down the defense. The problem is that San Francisco defense is solid pretty much across the board.
They are.
Very difficult to run the football against those guys, but you can't give up on the run. You got to keep trying to get it done, and Mike McCarthy obviously didn't do that. Mike McCarthy's a big problem in this thing, but he's not the only one.
No,
last night it was a collective circus show.
It was circus, huh? 3
Clown
plays,
show,
1 yard,
poop
3
show.
plays, 1 yard, 1 yard fumble, 3 plays, 2 yards punt, 11 plays, 78 yards touchdown, 3 plays, 8 yards punt, 2 plays, lost a yard, and just let's just go to the locker room and figure things out. Let's see if they have good orange slices here in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I mean, it was brutal, but I think it goes back to the play calling. If you want to be the physical bully type team that you say you want to be, Mike McCarthy, and you want to run first, you can't abandon the run because the first one only gets you a yard or 2.
Well, and Mike McCarthy, guess what? You better try to run the football because your quarterback ain't going to get it done. Run the football. In that, Jason Minix, we agree, because Dak can't get it done.
It's the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your calls as we continue here on the Blitz. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. More your calls, and we'll go around the NFL next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, Jason, when you pack for a vacation and you have to remember everything that you've got to take with you, do I have socks, underwear, shorts, shirts, all that stuff? Used to be I'd have to say, do I have my readers? Guess what? I didn't even think about that for this trip because I don't need my readers anymore. All thanks to Parkhurst New Vision. Had lens replacement surgery at Parkhurst New Vision, and it's the best thing I've done in a long time. It's completely changed my life. I can read anything. Doesn't matter. Menu at a dark restaurant, a magazine, a newspaper, a book. Doesn't make any difference because I don't have to drag those readers around. Look, if you're tired of doing that, I advise you to give my friends a call at Parkhurst New Vision, 210-585-2020. You can also check them out online at sanantoniolasik.com. The freedom I feel and the things that I can see, it's a game changer, and I want you to have that as well. Parkhurst New Vision offers a variety of services like the lens replacement surgery I had. They also do LASIK, and by the way, they were voted best LASIK in San Antonio, and they do cataract surgery, all of which are going to change the way you see the world. Look, you owe it to yourself to at least check them out. Parkhurst New Vision, they are the absolute best. Check them out. Give them a call, 210-585-2020.
Texas A&M football is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Saturday afternoon at 1:30. It's the Aggies and Tennessee in an SEC battle. Presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, The Angry Elephant, Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and friction and reduce wear. Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select filter for just $33.99. Limit supply. See store for details. Get Syntec only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Have you gotten your hands on Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB yet? Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds offer big, bold flavors like sea salt and cracked black pepper, spicy dill, and Korean barbecue. Bonus, you're going to love the low-carb, high-protein, bacony crunch. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB today. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. Learn more at southernrecipesmallbatch.com.
Hi, this is Bobby Jenkins of ABC Home and Commercial Services. Cool weather is the time rodents move indoors. That means rats, mice, and raccoons are seeking shelter inside your home. No matter what kind of rodents have moved in with you, ABC can eliminate them. close up the openings where they enter, and catch any that may already be in your house. All of our specialists undergo a comprehensive background screening so you can rest easy with ABC on your property. ABC Home and Commercial Services, specialists for your environment.
Call ABC Home and Commercial Services.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
It can happen in an instant. A car accident can change your life forever. From serious injuries to mounting medical bills to battling insurance companies. Accidents make life harder than it should be. If you've been in an accident, George Salinas Injury Lawyers are here for you. They're local, experienced, and ready to fight for results that make a difference. If you've been injured, don't call just any lawyer. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers at 210-225-0909 or visit georgesalinas.com.
George gets justice.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
For over a decade, SimpliSafe has revolutionized home security, and our latest advancement is here, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
It's the Mike McCarthy Show every Friday morning at 6:45 and 9 with R&R in the morning.
Morning, Coach. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Good morning, Rob and Rudy.
Good morning.
A look at the Cowboys' upcoming game presented by AA Best Bail Bonds and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I guess I'm a disappointment. Doing everything I can, I don't want to make you disappointed. It's annoying. I just want to make you feel like everything I ever do is never trying to make an issue for you. But I guess the more you
This is your new Dallas Cowboys theme song. We've replaced this with from Weed and Boys. Old Mike McCarthy's going to be in a bad mood all week, I hope.
I would
After
imagine.
that embarrassment last night, and then to wake up Friday, go into the office, and not get tacos from Rob and Rudy.
Wow.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, he didn't deserve tacos this Friday.
He does.
No.
You look at that game, and I mean, when you have a game like that, when everything goes wrong, there's so much blame to go around. I just got a message from one of the videos that we put on social media. How do you not blame Dak? We've blamed Dak plenty, but that wasn't a game where you say if you had better quarterback play, the outcome would be different. That defense, which so highly touted, had given up 41 points in 4 games, gave up 42 last night. And the offense, sure, I mean, they gave them some short fields, but that turnover from Pollard, but the defense did get a takeaway near the goal line. But that defense was awful last night.
It was.
That defense, Micah Parsons in the MVP conversation a couple weeks ago. Remember?
Uh-huh.
Seems so long ago. But Micah Parsons was in the MVP conversation, and he was a non-factor last night, a non-factor. Now, you watch a San Francisco game and you think about their defensive stars. I don't know. When was the last time you watched a Rams game? I thought, man, is Aaron Donald still on the team? Watch Detroit and that Aiden Hutchinson guy, right? I mean, hell, watch the Texans. I mean, their rookies making a statement early on the defensive side. Micah Parsons, that's your game. And what I don't like about Micah is when things aren't going well, his body language.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't seem to want to fire up his teammates. It looks like he's just over on the bench pouting. And if you're going to be an MVP, if you're going to be that leader, I think about Michael Irvin back in the day. He would get in your face. I see CeeDee Lamb on the sideline looking like, yeah, he's mad. The ball's not coming his way. Micah's just on the bench. Looks like he's going to pout, right? Where's the fire? You talk about wanting to be a lion and all that kind of stuff. Blame all around. Yeah, Dak Prescott gets his share of it, but I look at so many others last night that seem to be bigger no-shows than Dak Prescott. And the interceptions late and in that game add to it for Dak, and he certainly isn't off the hook, but I'm not blaming that one on number 4 squarely.
Well, look, I'm not blaming it on him squarely, but the fact that he's still in the conversation, because he seems to be in the conversation a lot, where a lot of other things aren't and a lot of other players aren't. Look, that entire pass rush, which is supposed to be the strength of this Cowboys football team, was a no-show. It wasn't just Micah Parsons. And if Micah Parsons is going to get double-teamed and chipped on every play, DeMarcus Lawrence has got to come in. Where was he? I didn't hear his name once.
Yeah. Not
once. Odigizua. The only time I heard him is when Chris Collinsworth screwed it up. He screwed it up and said something stupid. So, I mean, I that's the only time I heard his name. Leighton Vander Esch, I heard him because he got hurt. None of the entire defense was bad. So, I mean, if you can't just put all of this on Micah Parsons, although I think I know where you're coming from. If you're the leader of that defense, you got to make plays.
He's the quarterback, if you will, of that defense.
You got to make
that
plays.
Side's Dak Prescott. And going into the game last week, I felt like if the Cowboys were going to win this game, that defense had to play elite level defense, and they did not.
Nope.
And I also said if the Cowboys win that game on Friday, was it Friday? I said, all right, besides Dak Prescott, who has to really play well if the Cowboys are going to get a win? Because if they were to get a win, you have to assume Dak has played well. So take Dak out of the equation. Who are the guys that had to step up? And the vast majority of those that called in or commented, it was Micah, it was Pollard. And both of those guys were MIA. Pollard just didn't get enough opportunities last night. And for that, I look at the play calling. Mike McCarthy's play calling last night was crap.
You get no argument here. I just pulled up a stat because I was curious, because I thought I heard this before the game that Purdy had been sacked a few times. 8 times. Brock Purdy has been sacked this year. Was he sacked last night at all?
No, I don't even know how many rushes he might have had. Did they get? Let me look up.
I'm not sure. The point I'm making, though, is that the Dallas Cowboys have been revered because that's the strength of their defense, pass rush, sacking the quarterback. And Brock Purdy's obviously vulnerable, 8 sacks through 4 games.
We had 1 sack last night.
Okay, so 7 sacks through 4 games. I mean, that's almost 2 per game. And the Cowboys get to him 1 time with that vaunted pass rush.
And it was J-Ron Curse. And it was such a impactful sack, none of us remember it.
Exactly. So that's the issue. Are they that team? Are they those guys? And maybe they are against the New England Patriots and the New York Giants, but against the San Francisco 49ers, they're not.
They were not. And only 5 tackle for losses in the entire game for the Dallas Cowboys. And again, just an overall awful game. But when you look at 3 plays punt, 3 plays punt, 1 play fumble, 3 plays punt, 1 11-play drive, and then in a touchdown, 3 plays punt, your offense never got any kind of going. In the second half, their first drive, 6 plays, 39 yards, and they got a field goal. And then 3 straight possessions that ended with interceptions by Dak Prescott.
You know, I really thought when they came out in the second half and they drove the football down the field, that look, you go in, you punch it in there. We got a football game. Because I think at the time, what was it, 21-7. So you got a football game. They score there. It's 21-14. Okay, here we go. But then again, they move the football until they don't. And I mean, but that's kind of the Dallas Cowboys, right? Move it up and down the field, and then they don't. And then they get stopped. And that's what happened last night. And then Brandon Aubrey, the best kicker in the National Football League, knocks it through. That's what he does. 21-10. You still got a football game. Problem was the defense can't stop San Francisco.
You look at San Francisco as they are, and they were going in, and they certainly look like it now, the best team in the NFC. I thought
No
Philadelphia had a chance this week to get their first loss playing on the road against the Rams. They were able to get a solid win there. But when you look at what Detroit did yesterday, and the Cowboys, and sure, we can overreact to one game. The problem is when you play like that, it's hard to bounce back. Does one loss turn into multiple losses now for the Cowboys? Although typically under Mike McCarthy, when they've lost, they bounce back strong the very next week. And they'll have an extra day because they're playing next Monday night. But when you look at, and do you have the audio pledge, the cut where Mike McCarthy was like, I don't believe in burning the tape. They're going to go through this one. So clearly they enjoy punishment to have to go back and watch that one again. But they need to. But when they self-scout, it does start, in my mind, with the play calling. I mean, when you look at some of the plays that they ran, and when they ran them on a third and third and 5, third and 4, and they run that little hitch to the tight end that doesn't pick up the first down. Unless you're going for it on fourth down, why are you calling a play like that where that was because it was a quick hitter. So that was the design route. Why run that route? Why not extend it out there? I hope they look at the tape and they do some self-scouting.
Well, I think it's a punch in the gut, it's a kick in the ass, whatever phrase you want to put on it. But I think it's clearly. But you look at how this season's gone. We've been knocked down. I mean, clearly they beat us in all 3 phases. So, I think we will clearly acknowledge it. And I'm not a burn the tape guy. And I think that's a crock. We're not going to do that. We're going to go through it, make sure we're clear on exactly, what the expectation are. Make sure we're giving our players what they need to be successful. So, they played extremely well, and we did not. And it was really in the areas of basics, really in the areas that I thought we had taken a step as a team. So, I didn't see this coming. I thought their prep was good this week. So I thought we had one of our better Fridays and Saturdays of the year. So, but I think we've talked about before, sometimes you have a great week of preparation and it doesn't go so well. And some weeks it's not the best week of preparation, you play well. So we did not hit the mark at all today.
It's going to be interesting to see moving forward now just how good this Cowboys football team is. Because, look, let's face it, they go to L.A. next week. They beat the Chargers. Here we go again. They go into the bye week. Cowboys are going back to the Super Bowl. I just look at this San Francisco team, and they are good in every phase of the game, offense, defense, every way. And I just don't see a scenario where if the Cowboys have to meet this team again in the playoffs, that they win. Whether that's a Jerry World, which it won't be, or in San Francisco. They can't beat San Francisco. I'm not sure anybody can. I'm not sure Philadelphia would have beaten them last year if they would have had a quarterback.
I look at, and you're right. I mean, they just look head and shoulders. Their GM has done such a great job. Hell, even trading for Randy Gregory. I mean,
yeah,
and I'm glad Randy Gregory didn't get that deal from Dallas. It didn't work for him in Denver. Yet to be a pieces and parts guy, another fresh body that they're able to rotate in San Francisco will just make them that much better, even if he's, 70% of what we remember Randy Gregory being on that team where they have stuff. But I go back to, and I looked it up in the play chart, the third down that I keep referring to. San Francisco's up 21-7. It's late in the second quarter. Cowboys have an opportunity to make it interesting before halftime. Ferguson on a short pass for 5 yards, and then incomplete on a short right to Pollard, and then Prescott on 3rd down and 5. Prescott passed to Ferguson for 3 yards, and they punt, right? And I think, and that was it. Go back to that series. Ferguson was the primary target on all of those. I mean, they were all quick hitters. Even Pollard in space. The idea, kind of like they do with McCaffrey, get him in space and try to get the explosive. That's what they were trying to do, and they couldn't even get 10 freaking yards. But on 3rd and 5, you run a 3-yard route. And again, Brandon Cooks, what do you have? 1 catch in the game?
Mm-hmm.
One
catch. He had the long pass that they had the opportunity that Dak sailed out of bounds. He was open on that play because there was a linebacker on his tail.
He was, although even that play though, and I'm not trying to defend Dak on this.
Yes, you are.
No, that was a broken play,
and Dak was
scrambling and threw it on the run. Going all the way across the field. And yeah, it sailed out of bounds, but it's not like that was a design play. I'm thinking about where are the designed plays where Brandon Cooks is your primary target, where you take a deep shot. And did they? That's what I'm talking. Not the broken play where he just misses, but where are these guys?
Makes that play.
Where are these guys in the flow of the offense coming back from the play calling standpoint?
I get what you're saying. And Mike McCarthy was not good, but a good quarterback who scrambles out of trouble and has a guy being covered by a linebacker, the fastest guy on your team, arguably.
Throw it down the numbers, not the sideline. You're right.
You complete that pass, and Dak missed it.
Nobody's arguing that, but that was a broken play.
Hey.
Brandon Cooks was targeted 4 times yesterday. He had 1 catch for 7 yards. I look at CeeDee Lamb as the number 1 guy. 5 targets, had 4 catches for 49 yards. But again, Brandon Cooks was brought in to be that number 2 wide receiver. Mm-hmm. And yet Michael Gallup still 5 targets, 2 catches. It's to me, it's the design of this offense right now. I know it's a work in progress, and I know that's the term that the Cowboys like to use, but my goodness.
Well, they better hurry up.
Mike McCarthy told us it'd take about 5 weeks for everything to be in sync. We're at 5 weeks, and it looks completely out of sync.
It looked worse yesterday, and look, the Niners had a lot to do with that. But, look at what's happening. You're 2 games behind Philadelphia right now in the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
And you falling further behind, you're looking at a wild card spot at best. And here we go again.
Yep.
That's exactly what you're looking at right now. Philadelphia has not played their best football, I don't think.
No.
And they're 5-0. So they're going to get better. Good thing for the Cowboys, they've got them twice. They control their own destiny.
They really do. But yesterday's game was a disaster.
That's a pretty accurate word.
What was about to come out of my mouth would have been a disaster for my career.
Yes, a poop show.
And that is where, but there might have been F words that described the poop. It was that kind of game yesterday for the Dallas Cowboys in all 3 phases.
Yes.
And I think that is more baffling to me in all the years of watching football and talking about this Cowboys team, to where both sides of the ball just in the same game are just completely outmanned, outcoached, outplayed. And that's the second time this year we have seen that. Typically you've got one side that's bad or the other side is bad, or at least competitive. You felt like you had an opportunity. Even the Arizona game where they were both bad, until it was over, you always felt like, well, it's Arizona. They're going to come back and win this game, because offensively they moved up and down the field until they got into the red zone. They just couldn't punch it in. But yesterday was horrible. And did you notice who was returning punts after Turpin got hurt? Yeah.
Rico Dowdle, after they tried Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah.
That didn't work out too well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Why do you hate Deuce Vaughn?
I don't hate him. I just think it was a ridiculous pick.
Vaughn.
You know, Jerry's just like, oh, it was a great moment. Father, son. It doesn't help you. Where's Schoonmaker, number 2 pick overall, number 2 round? Where the hell's he?
Second round.
Second
That's
round.
how we say it.
That's
in
how
the
you
business.
say it.
Yeah.
Number 2 pick, second
When
round.
did Sam Laporta get drafted? Was he before or after Schoonmaker?
He was before.
Was he before?
Yeah,
All
and
right.
he's good.
Because that dude is killing
Yeah.
it.
Just saying.
Uh-huh. It's crazy.
Jerry
You guys
Panic.
want to chime in? Easy to do. Your calls coming up. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Post-mortem on the Cowboys' loss to the Niners. Next on the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Hopefully you made it out to the Roo Pub this past weekend. They had all kinds of fun things going out there as they celebrated their 10-year anniversary party. And you know that's the place to be tonight for Monday Night Football, also the baseball playoffs that are going on because of those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. And when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. The biggest and best wings in town. I love their fried shrimp. They got about 15 different burgers on the menu, great appetizers, great salads, and that kitchen is open late till 2 a.m. every day with the full menu available. The Roo Pub has happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. The Roo Pub, next to the Angry Elephant, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw in the right flat, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunk Law, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean.
on. We're on or not.
I have no clue either, so please let us know.
I've seen a lot of weird things happen. Thing in the building went out
completely.
But it was all of not like our internet, but everything associated with everybody's quote unquote board.
Yeah.
At every radio station, everybody was, well, what's going on?
Everybody came out of the rooms like you know, I don't want to say roaches. Yeah. That's not right, but it was kind of like roaches.
Everybody
scrambling around.
There was no weird noise.
No.
there was nothing. It was just like everything just went dark. Kind of like the Cowboys game last night.
But that happened right away. At least it didn't happen.
Well,
at the beginning of our show.
Death. It was not a slow death. All right, apparently we're back on YouTube. For those of you watching on YouTube, we certainly appreciate that. Make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. If you're listening on the radio or online at sasportstar.com or one of the many apps, wherever you can, just tweet something, phone call, let us know that you can hear us out there, because honestly, it was like bad turbulence on a plane. You're not sure. Are we still in the air? Are we still going? All right. Let's see.
No, dude, I think if you're in a plane and it starts to go down, you're going to know.
Well, I mean,
you're headed down.
I mean, but it's pretty quick. Maybe you don't know.
Well, I mean,
I would hope that's
unfortunately,
how it would be.
Unfortunately, you probably do, and that's when you just run to where the flight attendants are and grab all of them. Just bottles and start drinking.
Is that what your plan is?
I don't know.
It's going to be weird. Like the big eclipse is happening on Saturday.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to be on a flight.
You are?
I am.
Wow.
That might be kind of cool.
That's going to be crazy. Where are you going?
Kansas City for a wedding and barbecue.
Kansas City and well, good. Everybody's saying, and we appreciate y'all on the text line and on YouTube. Everything is back up. So thank you very much.
All right. Back to bitching about Dak and the Cowboys.
It's Dak's fault.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. A disaster of a game last night for the Dallas Cowboys. All the way around. Dak was awful. The play calling was awful. The run game was non-existent. So you can't even say that was awful. The Cowboys defense. And again, the mindset. Dan Quinn wearing all black.
What was that all about?
Night. Well, I mean, he was dressed for his own funeral.
I guess so.
It was, I mean, look, I realize sometimes you dress to impress, and the social media aspect of the photos before the game of your pregame fits is a thing. But for them to come out as flat as they did, what is Mike McCarthy to do? Now he talked about, learning from it. He's not worried about the team's mentality. And typically after they get their ass kicked, they come back the next week and they play really well. Although they're going to be without Leighton Vander Esch. Mike McCarthy said a few minutes ago that he is probably going on IR, which means 4 games. Godwin is going to go on IR. That's also 4 games. Leighton Vander Esch has been playing so well. And to think that Leighton Vander Esch, as well as he has been playing, the lack of depth at the linebacker position is a concern. I wonder if that means Micah Parsons moves back and becomes more traditional linebacker while Leighton is out, or do you keep him as a pass rusher?
You got to keep him where he's at. I mean, I don't see them changing that. I mean, that again is the strength of that defense, is the pass rush. Because obviously the secondary needs a little pressure on the quarterback. They can't let him sit back there and pick it apart like Brock Purdy did last night. So you got to keep that. There's got to be somebody there, or they go out and try and find somebody to fill that slot if they have to in the meantime. But unfortunate for Leighton Vander Esch, because I know he's had neck problems in the past. So I hope everything is okay. But unfortunate for the Cowboys. And again, just shows you, Jason, they got out physicaled last night. They got beat up by the San Francisco 49ers.
And is that one of the more disappointing aspects of this Cowboy team, besides Dak Prescott, is in their 2 losses, they've just been punched in the face.
They have.
And they don't punch back.
Yeah.
They've been bullied in those 2 games.
Yeah.
And being tougher was one of the things Mike McCarthy thought they needed 2 years ago when San Francisco rolled into Dallas and beat the crap out of the Cowboys. And, we've got to get tougher. We've got to become a more physical team.
Yeah.
And seemingly they have done that until that same team rolls in and punches in the face again.
I tell you what, last night was just, that was, man, it was men against boys. I mean, it really is. I'm trying to think of another way to describe that, but I mean, San Francisco just came in there and imposed their will, and the Cowboys had no answer for it anywhere, offense, defense, anywhere at all. And that's got to be a problem. If you're Dan Quinn, if you're Mike McCarthy, if you're Dak Prescott or Micah Parsons, all of them have got to look at that tape and go, man, how do we fix that? How do you fix tough? How do you fix physical? That's a problem. You can fix X's and O's. How do you fix physical? And that offensive line of the Cowboys ought to be ashamed. I mean, they're supposed to be the best, aren't they? They had all 5 starters. Terrence Steele got his butt kicked last night. I mean, all of those guys have got to look themselves in the mirror and say, we got to get better, or it's going to be the same old story heading into the offseason, a quick playoff defeat.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. John, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Yeah, I think that the Cowboys defense started off quite well, but then you look at the dumb mistakes, like they did the lining up off sides. They were going to stop them there, so that continued the drive they scored. I think that's when it went 14-0. And then they had the hit on, McCaffrey. It just mental mistakes. And I think the game that's when they just couldn't, they lost and they couldn't do anything after that. Like that one, the fumble, there was just little things here and there that in the beginning that just wasn't, and it was on them though too. So,
well, I mean,
I'll hang up to listen.
6 penalties, 60 yards. And you're right, John. I mean, especially the pre-snap penalties, that one on Curse lining up offsides. I mean, San Francisco also had 6 penalties for only 45 yards, but some of them, Curse, that you get off the field right there. That kept the drive going. That hit on McCaffrey, it's the NFL in 2023. That's all I'm going to say on that one.
Well, I'm going to defend the Cowboys because there was a hit, and I think it was Tony Pollard.
It was
thrown out of bounds. That should have been. I was expecting a flag there.
There were a couple that I thought borderline. Hell, even on the fumble from Tony Pollard, I don't think that dude actually can maintain possession of the ball before he slid out of bounds. He didn't have enough time to, technically speaking, say that he had full possession of the ball before he went out of bounds.
I will disagree with you there because you're looking at the replay. When he falls on the ball, he's clearly in bounds. But he's down right there.
But he's moving and the ball moved. So did he have full possession of it?
He did.
I mean,
that was a good call.
It was so bang bang.
It was a good call.
It probably was.
It was a good call, Jason.
But
it was a good call.
Yeah.
It was a great call, actually.
Well, I mean, because you hate the Cowboys
I
today.
don't hate the Cowboys at all.
Today.
Not today.
That's the life of Joe Reinagel. When they win, he's all in.
I love the
when
Cowboys.
They lose,
they're good for business.
Yeah, there we go. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. What we saw last night was a crime.
Yeah, the Cowboys need a good legal team. That's for sure, because they have been accused of a crime, playing poorly. But in all seriousness, if you've been accused of a crime or you're under investigation, you need a team that's going to protect you, and that is the LaHood Norton Law Group. Look, they're former prosecutors turned criminal defense attorneys, and they can help you stay a step ahead of your legal program. They know both sides of the criminal justice system. They handle all criminal cases, state or federal, and that makes a difference because they're different cases. They can handle them both. And look, I've known Nico LaHood for a long time, and this is a good man to have on your side if you are in trouble. He will fight for you. In fact, the LaHood Norton Law Group, you're going to get honest, aggressive, trusting, expert, and fearless representation. If you need legal help, you need the LaHood Norton Law Group on your side. Team at LaHood Norton Law Group is your best defense. They can be your legal bodyguards. give them a call for a free consultation. 210-797-7700. That's 210-797-7700. Look, the sooner you make the call after you've been accused, the better off you're going to be. So give the LaHood Norton Law Group a call. 210-797-7700 or online at lahoodnorton.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chunk Law, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Howdy, Bobby Jenkins of ABC Home and Commercial Services. Trees can be one of your landscape's most valuable elements, and keeping them healthy is always money well spent. ABC's veteran tree staff is manned by ISA and Oak Wilt certified arborists, and we provide tree trimming, tree care, and tree fertilization services. Plus, if you're ever concerned about tree damage from wind or storms, give our specialists a call for a free evaluation. ABC Home and Commercial Services, specialists for your environment.
ABC Home and Commercial Services.
Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters. We've got a deal on window tint, and we've got a deal on car alarms too. You got to get to Mother's Window Tint right now, because if you do, it's National Pizza Month, and we're going to give you a free 18-inch one-topping pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria. That's right. Come get your windows tinted. Come buy an auto alarm. Get your stereo installed, and we're going to give you a free pizza. It makes going to Mother's Window Tint that much more special. All stores open Tuesday through Saturday in San Antonio, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On the web at motherswindowtint.com. Like us on Facebook. Hey, I got an idea. Go to Mother's Window Tint today and get your windows tinted. Buy an alarm system and make sure you get a free pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria while you're there. Remember, do it at Mother's and save.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of holiday joy at the Home Depot, where you can find everything you need to get ready for the holiday season, like all new festive outdoor decor. Spread more joy this season with bigger, bolder, and brighter inflatables from the Home Depot, like our exclusive new 8-foot animated Santa and reindeer inflatable for just $149. Available in-store and online. Get holiday ready right now at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
The UTSA Roadrunners are back in the Dome this Saturday against UAB. Hi, I'm April Lancira. Join me in packing the Dome Saturday by getting your tickets today. Go to UTSAFootballtickets.com.
Hi, I'm quarterback Frank Harris. I want to see you Saturday as we play our first ever AAC home game. You don't want to miss the party. We need you there.
It's our UTSA Roadrunners against UAB this Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Alamo Dome. Don't miss out on the excitement. Get your tickets now at UTSAFootballtickets.com. That's UTSAFootballtickets.com.
O'Reilly. O'Reilly Auto Parts' new Brake Best Select Pro brand raises the bar for the best aftermarket domestic brake pads and rotors available. For vehicle-specific friction formulations, Quiet-Tech noise-canceling shims, and stainless steel hardware, choose Brake Best Select Pro. Professional-grade brakes from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know more women under 40 are getting breast cancer? Especially Black and Jewish women whose cancers are often more deadly. If you're a woman, talk to your doctor by age 25 about your breast cancer risk. The American College of Radiology recommends you ask your doctor if you should get a mammogram before age 40. Need other tests like an MRI with your yearly mammogram, or should be checked more than once a year. For more information, Visit mammographysavesliveslives.org.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
My name is Jessica. Years ago, I was diagnosed with a thyroid condition. I slept all the time, was fatigued, had no energy, and a bad attitude. Now I've lost 50 pounds and I'm still losing. My medications have been scaled back, my emotions are stable, and I have lots of energy. People at work say I'm happy, perky, and my husband says he's not walking on eggshells around me any longer. The Institute for Functional Health changed my life.
Call for your complimentary consultation, 210-468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. If it's Monday night, then it's time for Monday Night Football. Tonight at 6:30 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He is Joe Reinagel. I'm Jay Semenix. We do have Monday Night Football tonight. You just heard Kevin. Packers, Raiders tonight. You can listen to it beginning at 6:30 here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star, presented by Flight by Yingling.
Packers, Raiders, who you got?
Packers.
Ooh, it's in Las Vegas.
There's still going to be more Packer fans there. Although, I don't want to know.
Is Jimmy G playing?
I don't. I've had an awful week picking games.
I forgot to do my picks on sasportstar.com, by the way.
Well, and we're probably close to even for the A Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge. I want to say, hang on, let's see if I can see where I'm at on the what I got to log back in. Damn it, I hate that. Let's just say though, I have not had a good week picking. Not that, I mean, look, when I have great weeks, I tell you, when I have bad weeks, I've got to own that as well. And this
except you get logged out and you can't find it. So
except,
I see how it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
I'll find it. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see, this week right now, what are we, week 5? I didn't log me in. I think I've only gotten like 5 right.
You didn't have a good day.
I did not. Even in our prime picks, I went 5-5 there. I still have such a big lead that I'm gonna still be the weekly or the overall leader. But
it's not that big a lead.
It was, because I can go 5-5 in a week. The pledge goes 7-3, and I still got a couple of games on them. And you had a good week too.
I had a pretty decent week, although there are a couple of you think about it and you go, gee, why? I really thought New England would rebound.
Me too.
And they got spanked again.
Because is that going to happen to Bill Belichick twice? The NFL games I was bad at. The college games I'm just mad at because the way Texas lost. Quinn Ewers going out there and impersonating Dak Prescott with all those interceptions. He was asked afterwards, what was different about this OU game? He was asked that. He really was. And look, Oklahoma, after getting beat last year by a score of 49-0, they come back. I've said for months, these slow starts for Texas, at some point it's going to catch up to them. And another slow start for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, each team each year is going to be different, obviously. And, I think this year they got a lot more confidence in themselves. They had some guys back that weren't able to play last year. But it's hard to look back on last year, when we're focused on this year. But yeah, I mean, they were a better defense than last year, obviously.
They're a hell of a defense. Oklahoma's playing great defensive football. And the question coming in, they hadn't really played anybody. So as great as their defense was, kind of like talking about the Cowboys, how are they going to be in the first test? OU passed. Cowboys failed miserably.
Well, you say that, and Oklahoma's defense is okay, but I mean, Texas gives them 2 interceptions and a fumble, and still should have won the game.
Yep.
And you just can't do that. And you can blame whoever you want. And this Quinn Ewers was all 3 of those turnovers, so you just can't do that. And I think you're right about the slow starts. You can't do that. I don't know who Texas has coming up next, but whoever they do, they got to work on that, man. You got to come out and get started a lot quicker than that and stop responding to bad starts. They did it again. They almost got away with it again. But I don't know who runs that defense for Texas. He should have been fired on the spot.
You know, a lot of guys should have been fired this weekend. The good news for the Longhorns is they're likely, according to Sark and everybody else, because the Big 12 is what it is this year, likely to get another crack at those guys in the Big 12 championship game.
Well, I expect us to get back on the horse. We got a locker room full of competitors. This is a tight-knit group. I'm super proud of them for what they bring every single day. I was proud of them today. And so we'll go one game at a time. I think this locker room is full of champions, and our goal is to go win a championship this year. So we got to go handle our business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should have handled your business Saturday at the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, they should have. They play Houston next, according to Miguel Martinez. So that ought to be a win. I mean, Houston's
yeah, Houston's not a very good football team.
No.
So I'm watching that game at the hotel up in Austin before I go over to the ACL, thinking I'll be able to watch the Aggies game at ACL because they always put up nice TVs,
right?
And so you can watch games, listen to music, drink, have a good time.
Didn't happen, huh?
Well, they had the Astros game on, not the Aggies game. Go figure. In Austin, I couldn't watch the Aggie game. Good thing I could follow along on my phone, and various buddies texting me what was going on in that game. And for a while, it looked like A&M was going to pull off the upset. They were up at halftime, seemingly playing good football. But then when it came big ball decision time for Jimbo Fisher, he decided not to go for it on 4th and 1. And then they have a field goal blocked, and then then there was another opportunity. Well, let's just kick a field goal here instead of going for it again.
Jimbo, what went into the decision to call the timeout and then go for the field goal down at the goal line?
Oh, we had to. Well, we were 2 score down. If we don't score there, the game's over right there. You got to go. You got to get this. And I didn't want to waste the time. I said, hopefully we was going to score. We'd kick it, had 3 timeouts, could pin them back. But when you went there to rush the field goal team on, I thought it was too much. It'd be too much time wasted because it was about 2:15, 2:20. And so we're going to call them out, kick it, go for the onside kick, and still have 2 timeouts. And if we got to stop, we'd have a minute left when we go. Ideally, I didn't want to, one score touchdown, just like we did. I thought we scored twice. I mean, one of Nias's and then the other one. And what we did, and I was trying to save the 3 to kick it deep and pin them because we had playing the run really well, make them throw it, and what we did. So I wanted to get it back to a 1-score game. I didn't want to take a chance on losing the game right there on 4th down.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that happens, and then time management, coaching decisions come into play. And I saw one interesting tweet that while Jimbo has given up the play calling to Bobby Petrino, that's only on downs 1 through 3. On 4th down, that's Jimbo's decision on what to do, not Bobby Petrino's decision on what to do.
Look, I don't know if, and I'm not necessarily an Aggie fan, although I did pick them in our prime picks to upset Alabama. But as a fan base, I know maybe that was the right thing to do, kick the field goals. I would rather them roll the dice there and say, you know what, Bama, you can't stop us. We're going for it. You get the touchdown. It's a lot easier to kick a field goal to tie it late than to score a touchdown. So I would have been more happy.
Yeah.
Had they gone for it.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't make it.
You would actually be more happy had they won the damn game.
Well,
You're
sure,
up
that
17-10 at halftime, and you get 3 points in the second half.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
3. Of the teams that I follow, and I've got a long list. Navy did beat North Texas. That's good. Anytime North Texas loses, that's good, especially when you're looking at it from a UTSA perspective.
Yeah.
Frank Harris played. The offense was found in Philadelphia, 49 points, as the UTSA Roadrunners get their first ever win in their first ever game in the American Athletic Conference. Solid win for UTSA. We'll talk more about it in about 45 minutes. Jeff Traylor, head coach of the UTSA Roadrunners, he will join us here on the Blitz because this Saturday they're back home finally. Feels like forever since they've been in the Dome. They're playing UAB, 7 o'clock kickoff. We've got tickets to give away. Let's give them away right now. Caller number 12.
Yeah.
Caller 12, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You want to go see the Roadrunners host UAB Saturday in the Alamo Dome? You can win them right now. 210-656-3776. If you don't win the tickets, you can always buy them. Go to utsafootballtickets.com. Again, caller 12 right now. You'll win a pair of tickets to go see the Roadrunners and Blazers Saturday in the Alamo Dome.
You know, it felt so good getting off the plane last night. Cooler weather coming here to San Antonio. That means fall is here, certainly. Winter's coming, more rain, all of that stuff. You want to make sure that your roof is in good shape because the summer was beating down on it. The summer was killing it. So you could have some problems, and you want to get somebody out there that you can trust, somebody that's a local company. That is Stevens Roofing. They're family-owned. They deal with the same weather that you and I deal with. And, of course, boy, this summer was terrible, right? And it can cause some major damage to your roof. Have Stevens Roofing come out. Check it out. Make sure you have no problems. You can give them a call at 210-785-0994. Look, Stevens Roofing has been in business for a long time, and they're not going anywhere. You can trust them. They can do any kind of job, commercial, residential. You want a metal roof on your house, they can do that. And get this, they're licensed by the city of San Antonio. Estimates are always free. Make sure that roof is safe and secure. Do it with Stevens Roofing, your local roofer. 210-785-0994. You can also get them online at stevensroofing.net. Don't forget, they got a great saying: buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. 210-785-0994.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tuesday on R&R in the morning, we continue to talk about the fallout from the Cowboys 49ers beatdown. And at 7, Clarence Hill Jr. of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joins us.
We had the debut. He is an NBA player for real. Chet Wemby went off last night. We'll look back at the Spurs. What'd they do and how did Wemby look? Join us early. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Boo, I'm your old cheap water softener. Trick or treat, I got news for you. I'm not working again. Some days I just don't feel like it. Sorry about the itchy, dry skin and brittle hair. You look good, though. Just imagine what the inside of your home's pipes look like with all that hard water. Now that's scary.
Don't let your old sporadic water softener run your house. Call us at Connecticut. A Connecticut water system can actually lengthen the life of your appliances, protect your pipes from buildup, and gives you soft skin and silky smooth hair. This is Chris Connecticut with Connecticut and San Antonio in the Hill Country. There's a reason why we say Connecticut is the last water softener you'll ever own. Call us at 656-PURE. I'll even let you try a Connecticut water system for free. We'll change your water, and it'll change your life.
Whew, I'm tired. I need to take another break.
The last water softener you'll ever own. ConnecticutSA.com.
Hi, this is Scott Trout of Cordell & Cordell. If you're a dad who is facing divorce, there are extra layers of stress that may include stereotypes and assumptions. No two situations are the same. Our legal experience and dedication prepare us for whatever legal challenges we face together. You need a partner you can count on. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has represented men in divorce.
Offices in San Antonio, Austin, and St. Louis. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need invitations and posters printed, and they have to be perfect.
I need beautifully bound booklets and presentations for my business.
Your invitations and booklets will be in captivating color and will be done right every time. That's Staples Print Big Promise. And right now at Staples, get $50 off your print purchase of $150 or more. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 10/14. Exclusions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Awesome Tickets Pro Football Pick'em Challenge on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your shot at $50,000 nationally, while weekly winners locally get a $50 gift card to 5 Oaks Ace Hardware on Thousand Oaks. At the end of the season, locally, the best overall record wins the San Antonio Grand Prize of $1,000 worth of tickets to any event from Awesome Tickets. Sign up today at sasportstar.com.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Lennox. Glad to have you along on this Monday afternoon. Quite honestly, crappy Monday after the football weekend for most. Longhorns lose, Aggies lose, Texans lose, Cowboys get embarrassed. Crazy. On PTI right now, the headline said, more embarrassing loss, Peyton or Belichick. Where is Mike McCarthy on that list? I mean, I think Mike McCarthy suffered the most embarrassing loss. Belichick, Sean Payton. But if you're Mike McCarthy and you're head coach of the Dallas Cowboys in a week that you pumped up the game left and right as the measuring stick game, the litmus test game, you put it up there as this is more than just another game. You know, PTI, most embarrassing or more embarrassing loss, Sean Payton or Bill Belichick. Mike McCarthy needs to be on that list. Sure, Sean Payton, that was obviously embarrassing after that, but I don't know that I would say that it was more embarrassing than what the Cowboys did on national television last night.
Well, I tell you what was embarrassing, and I will say Sean Payton needs to be at the top of the list. The absolute top of the list. After he hammered
You hate Sean
Nathaniel Hackett as a classless bozo, and then Hackett comes in there and it sticks it up his behind.
I mean, look, the Jets played well yesterday, although the Broncos figured out a way to lose that game. Russell Wilson with that fumble, that scoop and score to end that. And then even afterwards, Sean Payton wouldn't even mention Nathaniel Hackett's name.
There obviously was a lot of focus on this game. Your USA Today comments regarding Hackett. How do you look at that as a chapter in your coaching career where some people might say Hackett got revenge today?
Yeah, listen, they played better than us, and I credit, Robert and that staff. They won the game, and I think that's how I look at it.
Coach, do you regret those comments, making those comments?
I already addressed that though, and it's a fair question, but I think we already addressed that the next day. All right, thank you guys.
The Jets social team.
I love it.
With the savage tweet after the game with old Paul Blart on there coaching the Broncos, the offseason champs. It was great. And you could tell Robert Saleh giving Nathaniel Hackett the game ball. Hackett can say all the right things. That game was that meant a little bit more to the New York Jets and that coaching staff, and the fact that everybody kind of rallied around in supporting him, because quite honestly, that was a horrible coaching job last year, horrible management, everything about it. And Sean Payton has gone in there and he has topped it with the horribleness of the job that they're doing there in Denver.
I think it's fantastic. And you know what? I don't know where Denver, if they just got to where they're at. You know, they pay Russell Wilson all this money, and then they give Sean Payton $18 million a year. And look at them. They're horrible. And I just, again, goes to show that, look, Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll, give him all the credit in the world, because I think he saw this coming, that Russell was losing what Russell had before. But, the quarterback whisperer can do all things. Sean Payton's the greatest head coach of all the head coaches in the whole world, and he'll fix it. And he's come in there, and I love it. I tell you what, I love it. I have nothing against the city of Denver, but I hate the Broncos at this point in time, and I always will, as long as Sean Payton is the head coach.
The Broncos are so bad that the sweaty monkey, Tim Spence, yesterday, he and Pledge were doing a show on Sunday, getting ready for the big Cowboys game that wasn't so big after all. And it was like trying to backpedal on his Denver Bronco fandom. like literally, like, I'm not really a fan. I just lived there for 20 years, so I'm invested. Hey, Tim, who's your team when you got here? Broncos.
Broncos.
That's right.
Always.
He wears a Russell Wilson shirt.
And it was because Sean Payton to the rescue.
Oh, my goodness.
I
did not realize the sweaty monkey had the ability to backpedal the way he's been backpedaling off of the Denver Broncos.
Don't the Walmart folks own the Denver Broncos?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, go to Walmart and help support your local franchise. Because Sean Payton's just a classless donkey. All right, he is.
Yep.
Let's just say it. He is. And what he said out loud was ridiculous and just out of touch completely. And so I'm so happy. I don't even know Nathaniel Hackett. I don't give a damn about him, honestly.
No, but again, he did an awful job last year. And a big part of that is Russell Wilson.
You don't call him out like that.
The fraternity, the coaching fraternity, no. Sean Payton wanted so badly to get back into the NFL. If he would have waited, that Charger job a little bit more. But I mean, he's been a disaster, and his legacy, his credibility going down the tubes. Jerry Jones looks like you avoided one by not bringing in Sean Payton.
He's the one that got away.
He's the one that got away. And and that's how Jerry's talked about it. Hell, I mean, according to Mike Florio, they had a deal worked out to bring in Sean Payton when Jason Garrett was still the head coach, right? So yeah, and you go back, and look at it, and you talk about the game changing. Bill Belichick to get beat 34-0 at home.
Isn't that like the biggest loss for the Patriots at home under his
maybe
leadership?
Last week was the biggest loss of his career to Dallas, and this week he loses 34-0.
And I don't know what he's doing, but obviously Mac Jones has got some problems. Dan Orlovsky today really irritated me. Can I just tell you?
Just today?
Well, today especially.
All right.
He tried to tell Rex Ryan that Mac Jones could be doing exactly what Brock Purdy is doing in San Francisco if he was in San Francisco. I'm sick of everybody disrespecting Purdy. I'll be honest with you. This guy's got a hell of an arm. He's smart, and he's getting the job done. And some people are even saying those three letters, MVP. It's early.
You know what? He should be in that conversation right now.
I
have no problem with him being in the MVP conversation the way he is playing. He has fallen in to the perfect system, like Patrick Mahomes fell in.
He's not a system quarterback.
You don't have to be a system quarterback to be in the perfect system. It's about being with the right coach in the system that they run. That doesn't mean you're a system quarterback.
Okay,
would
go there.
Would Patrick Mahomes be the same guy if he was, I don't know, in Chicago?
Well,
where he could have been. Would he be the same quarterback with Matt Canada in Pittsburgh?
Dude.
He's with Andy Reid, and they are good for each other. Just like I mean, you look at Kyle Shanahan and his success with quarterbacks not named Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, is it good? I don't know Kyle Shanahan's history.
No, his record in San Francisco without those two guys is not good.
All right, fair enough.
Because you have the quarterback that plays the system and has all the everything you need the way you want to run your offense.
I think what you need is a quarterback that not only has the tools, and I wouldn't say that Brock Purdy is the most talented quarterback in the NFL. But what he is, he's got a good arm, he's got an NFL arm, and he's got the brains.
Yeah.
That's what you need. He's a smart football player. Good quarterbacks are smart football players, not necessarily always the best athletes. Tom Brady, certainly not a good athlete. Peyton Manning, certainly not a good athlete necessarily. But they've got the football mind, and that's what you need.
Shanahan is 8-29 with quarterbacks not named Garoppolo or Purdy while in San Francisco.
There you go.
So, I mean, you have to have the right, there has to be that perfect marriage. You look at what's happening in Miami. If Tua can stay healthy, that looks like a perfect marriage with the creativity, but also saying, what is it that you do well? And when I look at New England, you have you've got the head coach that's also the general manager, where you question a lot of the picks this guy has made.
Yeah.
Right. And quite frankly, a lot of the conversation sounds like what we've been saying around here for the last couple of years with Greg Popovich. I mean, and every coach will tell you, without the superstar, how good of a coach are you? The innovative stuff that you're seeing from Belichick still looks to be there. That block on the field goal a couple weeks ago, that's just coaching and attention to detail, but his drafting sucks. And my goodness, you've stuck Mac Jones with Bill O'Brien as your OC after using a defensive guy as your OC last year. I mean, that's all on Bill Belichick, the GM.
Well, they're already talking about O'Brien taking over that program.
Well, I mean,
if Bill Belichick leaves, I can't even imagine.
As a longtime non-fan of the New England Patriots, send him Bill Belichick.
Well,
I mean,
he's the guy, apparently.
Congratulations.
Look, yeah, but it's at some point in time, and I know people have said this about Pop, and every time I say it, it's, oh, that's a shot at Greg Popovich. Not necessarily, because Pop will be the first one to tell you he doesn't have the success without those guys. But if you look at Tim, Manu, and Tony, they'll sit back and tell you how much better players Pop made them.
Absolutely.
Coaches will do that, and basketball and football are two different things. Bill Belichick had Tom Brady, so he was able to implement some of the things that he wanted to do because he had that guy. Doesn't look like Mac Jones is able to do some of the things that obviously Tom Brady was able to do. But it's not just Mac Jones.
No, I mean, look, I mean, there's so many questions there. But even last year, there were times where you could go, okay, I could see what they're seeing in Mac Jones. You could see some of the plays that he was making. But the last couple of weeks, I mean, the Bailey Zappi kid looks better.
He looked better last year, I thought, when he came in when Mac Jones got hurt. And I don't know why they went back to Jones. I mean, give Zappi a chance.
I mean,
I'm not sure, but I tell you what, Bailey Zappi is a guy that's going to be attractive to other football teams.
If you are Robert Kraft, I don't see any scenario in which Bill Belichick would be relieved of his duties in the middle of the season.
No.
But if you're Robert Kraft, do you tell Bill, you can go out on your terms if we schedule your retirement press conference for Thursday at 3, or if you don't retire, I will fire you.
Or, go to him after the season and say, hey, Bill, we love you. Everything you've done for this organization.
After the season.
Yes.
Not during the season.
And look, why don't you be a special consultant or whatever it is they say? We'll pay you X number of dollars a year, but it's time. Let's do this, together and make it a fun little celebration and go. But I clearly think it's time.
It's weird because the tenure that Belichick has, and let's go back a long time. Let's not forget, at the end, before Tom Landry was fired, Cowboy fans are ready to move on from Tom Landry.
Yeah.
I mean, they were not good. The game had passed him by. But Oh, I'm not going to fire him. I'll let the new guy fire him. In fact, Jerry tells the story. Part of the deal when the buy was you fire him, not me.
Yeah.
And the guy didn't have the balls to do it. So Jerry had to fire him. And that started off Jerry on kind of a bad foot.
It
because
did.
when he was actually fired, how dare you new guy from Arkansas? How dare you come in? But it was time.
Well,
And
Jerry
with
didn't give a damn.
Well, with Bill Belichick, though, it's time.
It
and
is.
As the GM and as the coach, because I don't think you can hire a GM at this point that Bill Belichick is going to respond to.
Well, I think that, unless Wemby arrives for Bill Belichick, it's not because look.
Unfortunately, 7'5" French kids don't play well in the NFL.
People were calling for Pop's job, before they won the lottery again. Now all of a sudden, Pop's the greatest, and he is. And I don't mean disrespect to Greg Popovich. I love the guy, and I think he's great for the game. He's been great for the Spurs, and so it's not a knock on him. But at some point in time, it's time.
And it feels like it's time. Around the NFL yesterday, man, the Houston Texans. That was frustrating. Just when you're starting to believe they could do something, make some plays, they played so well in that game for 3 quarters. C.J. Stroud with another fantastic game.
Yep.
But that defense, which has been so good in that 4th quarter, was crap. That was awful. If you're a Texan fan, that's one of those where you went into this year thinking, hey, it's going to be all right. I'm not going to let them ruin my Sundays. That was one of those kind of losses that if you're a Houston Texans fan, that ruined your Sunday.
Well, yeah, probably so. And normally wouldn't have, but you've won a couple of games and on the road, ready to win your 3rd, and it just falls apart.
Yeah.
So Houston's on the right track, though. And if you're a Texans fan, James Pledger, you got to be encouraged by what you're seeing. Even if you don't get the wins right now, that's okay. They're playing well. They're on the right track. That team's going to be a force here in the next year or so.
Lions are a force. They blow out Carolina 42-24. Colts beat the Titans 23-16. Dolphins over the Giants. I think maybe the other big surprise on Sunday, somehow the Steelers in an ugly one beat the Baltimore Ravens 17-10.
As predicted, by the way.
By who?
By me.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
All right.
I got the receipts to prove it.
Sure.
I do.
Sure.
Look, Pittsburgh's a good team. They've got a good defense. That defense paid off yesterday. They intercepted a pass of Lamar Jackson in the end zone and shut down a potential touchdown drive.
I just can't believe that Pittsburgh found enough offense.
Well,
that's the problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers. You had Cincinnati. They finally won a game. It's their 2nd on the year, but they actually look like the Bengals yesterday. And Joe Burrow looked like Joe Burrow as they beat the Cardinals 34-20. Eagles stay undefeated with a win over the Rams. And then, of course, he had the Chiefs. And apparently Taylor Swift didn't go to the game. She decided in Minnesota she'd rather go to the Mall of America. Chiefs beat the Vikings 27-20. I really don't know if she went to the mall or not. But I didn't see her all over at the stadium, so I'm guessing she didn't go to the game. But I did see that she was on the team playing to Minnesota. So is she hiding in somebody's suite and just not available to be seen, or literally hiding at the Mall of Americas?
I'm sure if she was at the Mall of Americas, you would have heard about it because there would have been cameras all over the place.
Yeah.
TMZ has people and spotters everywhere. So she wasn't anywhere to be found.
Did they check all the popcorn things?
All the food carriers, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I mean,
maybe.
But I've seen reports that while she went to Minnesota on the team plane, the Chiefs team plane again, she wasn't at the game.
I don't know.
So what else?
Is there trouble in paradise?
I mean, he got hurt.
Is the Travis Swifty and Taylor Swifty? Is that over?
Dude, I saw a meme over the weekend of those two. With that mustache that Kelsey's sporting right now.
Dude.
It looked like Forrest Gump and what's her name?
Chicka wow.
And now you can't unsee it.
Jenny.
Yeah.
Jenny.
Now you look at it and you can't unsee it.
Oh, my goodness.
Jeff Traylor, head football coach of your victorious UTSA Roadrunners, joins us coming up at 5:15 here on the Blitz. But Mike McCarthy talking this afternoon. How's he feeling after he's had a chance to sleep on it, look at the tape? We'll hear from head coach Mike McCarthy next on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. When you need an electrician, Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my home through the years. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. So whether you need additional outlets or USB ports, you got a fuse that is always blowing a flickering light, Hill Electric has the right service at the right price. Never a service charge, always free estimates. So call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or online, hill-electric.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters. We've got a deal on window tint, and we've got a deal on car alarms too. You got to get to Mother's Window Tint right now, because if you do, it's National Pizza Month, and we're going to give you a free 18-inch one-topping pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria. That's right. Come get your windows tinted. Come buy an auto alarm, get your stereo installed, and we're going to give you a free pizza. It makes going to Mother's Window Tint that much more special. All stores open Tuesday through Saturday in San Antonio, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On the web at motherswindowtint.com. Like us on Facebook. Hey, I got an idea. Go to Mother's Window Tint today and get your windows tinted. Buy an alarm system and make sure you get a free pizza from Sophia's Pizzeria while you're there. Remember, do it at Mother's and save.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
With fall appliance savings at the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking. With new Samsung refrigerators with extra large capacities, or dishwashers with space-saving solutions that can fit so much you won't need the kitchen sink. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online, your savings are just a click away. Get up to $2,000 off select kitchen bundles. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid September 28th through October 18th. Cash range extra. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader. Like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Smoker's Paradise, your premium smoke shop. Vaporizers, disposable e-cigarettes, hookah accessories, water pipes, cigars, and more. Now with 15 area locations, including the newest location at South Cross and Highway 37. Visit smokersparadise.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your home for the Blitz. 2 to 6 on YouTube and always at sasportstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy says linebacker Leighton Vander Esch is likely to end up on the IR. He's got a neck issue suffered from last night's ball game. Texas Rangers have taken a 2-0 lead on the Baltimore Orioles in that playoff series. Series now shifts to Arlington for Game 3 tomorrow night. And the Astros and Twins, they're all tied up at 1 game apiece. They'll head to Minnesota for Game 3 of that series tomorrow night.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minutes.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. On this Monday, after the Cowboys get curb stomped 42-10 by the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow. Curb stomped.
That's what it was.
Oh, my gosh.
Because I can't say the words on radio what I really want to say.
It was a butt kicking, that is for sure.
Well, you could say ass kicking,
well,
except for there's adjectives I want to use before that I would get my mouth washed out with soap if I were around my mother.
I tell you what, and look, liked San Francisco to win the game, but never expected that kind of a beat down from the Niners to the Dallas Cowboys.
I look at this Dallas Cowboys team, and I thought the defense going into the game, said all last week, defense has to play big. They were a no-show. They were MIA.
Yep.
The only way the Cowboys win that game, and I picked San Francisco to win, but I didn't think it would be ugly. In fact, I didn't put anything on that game because, well, but if I would have used somebody else's money, San Francisco to win, Cowboys to cover, 4 line. I saw that being like a good heart, not, battle. I mean, if this is truly a test to see how far apart we are since last year's playoff loss, San Francisco is gained 10 yards on the Cowboys. I mean, you need multiple yardsticks to figure out the measuring stick kind of game. But the offense under Mike McCarthy as the play caller, awful. That was the worst offensive performance from a Dallas Cowboys team since 2008.
It was terrible. I mean, the offense is not good. It's just not good. And I don't know what these guys have to do to make it good, but it's not good, Jason.
It's not. And again, Dak is Dak, but the play calling has been awful. And that is on Mike McCarthy. And he was asked today about the identity of his team and his offense through 5 games.
Identity? Yeah, I think just like anything. I mean, when I look at the 5 weeks of offense, I just think that we've been in a different range of games. I was thinking about it even after I talked to the team last night, and it's been on my mind. Because I just believe in consistency and continuity is so important in everything you do in this league because it is difficult and deal with the highs and lows. But when I look at our 5 games, we've had 3 lopsided wins. We had a tough game on the road that kind of got away from us that we fought back in, and then we had last night's game. So I think with that the identity of the offense is clearly you want to have some balance throughout how you play. Ball distribution I think has been 4 out of 5 games. I think we definitely hit the mark. But I think when you get into games, I know when you get into these games, you got to get touches to certain individuals. So I think we clearly can be that. So I like a lot of things that we've done outside of last night offensively. I mean, because, outside of the red zone, we've definitely hit the mark. When we started this, this offensive approach back in
Turn that off. I'm tired of hearing him. It's such BS. I mean, you haven't hit your damn mark. Yeah, I mean, seriously. I go back and I think about Dak Prescott played. We're 5 games in 2020 before he snapped his leg. The Cowboys played 5 games, right? So 2 5-game comparisons, first 5 games. This year, he's completed 69% of his passes for 1,061 yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. In 2020, with 2 working legs, he had completed 68%, 1,856 yards, 9 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. His best year was probably 2021, because I was going back to look, was his best years under Jason Garrett. And in reality, 2021 is 4,400 yards, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. But also, you go back 16, 17, 18. I mean, touchdown to interception ratio, good in every year. But this year, his long pass is 49 yards. You go back 83, 81, 90, 62, 58, 51, 68, 49. I mean, and then you look at a frustrated CeeDee Lamb, a frustrated Brandon Cooks, and that dude's going to tell me, well, ball distribution, we're trying to get it in our playmakers' hands. Unless it's the tight end, they don't seem to care about you, Mike McCarthy, as the play caller.
Well, the thing is it that? Or is he calling the plays to the tight end? Or are the wide receivers not open? I mean, Dak's got to have a check down, and I can't imagine that every play that goes to Jake Ferguson is to Jake. It was originally called that way. I mean, I can't believe that that's the case. Look, Mike McCarthy wants to get the ball in the hands of his playmakers, but they got to help out too, right? Or just throw it up. I mean, Dak did that once, and he threw it to the wrong colored jersey.
And got intercepted. Well, and again, with this offense.
The other one went out of bounds.
With this offense, and again, basic West Coast principles. Quick, first read not there, check down. I mean, and that's the way the West Coast offense is designed. So I do think a lot of those targets and passes to the tight end are called that way. Long developing routes when the offensive linemen were all beat up and maybe you didn't think you could protect enough. Well, you had your 5 best offensive linemen in the game last night, and we've got the same damn result.
Yeah, and how many times did they get to Prescott? And
he was sacked a couple times.
He was sacked. He was flushed out of the pocket, but there were times we had time.
Well, and
there's nobody open.
And you remember that one play where they actually had him rolling out and he threw a perfect strike? Is that really the first time we've seen that all year, where it looked like it was a designed rollout with that pass option?
I don't know why they didn't do that more often, especially in the red zone, although we didn't get a chance to see him in the red zone last night.
No, but at least they weren't over in the red zone because they didn't get there.
They were
0 for 0. But again, I go back to, Mike McCarthy told us they wanted to be a run-first football team, and they wanted to run the ball more. Tony Pollard had 8 carries last night. Tony Pollard had 4 carries in the first half. 4.
Well, and then you're trying to run a play, and I can't remember if it was the first half or second half, the little reverse to Brandon Cooks.
That was, I believe, in the first half.
That didn't work out too well either.
No, all the cute stuff.
Maybe they couldn't run the football, but he abandoned it very quickly. I don't know. Does he not trust Tony Pollard to try and get that done? Because I thought Pollard had some runs between the tackles that weren't too bad.
The first drive, 3 and out, punt, 3 and out, punt, 1 play fumble, 3 and out, punt, 11 plays, 78 yards, touchdown. Then they punted and a half. And then field goal to start the second half, then interception, punt downs. Right? I mean, so at some point, though, on those, especially those early 3 and outs, the lack of success on your first down run led to 2 quick passes where you're running routes short of the sticks and you're not converting and you're punting.
Well, as much as
that's play calling.
But as much as I like Jake Ferguson, I mean, he's got to know. Does he not? If you need 5 yards, you don't run a route that's 3.
Well, but
I mean, that's not on McCarthy.
Is it on McCarthy though?
No.
No, follow me. If you go back to Mike McCarthy, we had that conversation with him in Oxnard,
Mhm.
where he talked about the routes all have to be precise based on the footwork of the steps in the drop. It's all timing. So if the route is what it is, and you're going on the Dax, how many steps on the drop, plant, fire, go, which is what Mike McCarthy told us. Are as a route runner, do you extend your route out beyond that, or would that screw up the timing? That's where I'm curious with what Mike McCarthy has told us in the media this offense needs to be in. Everything is so choreographed with the receivers running routes, the footwork of Dak Prescott, all about making sure they stay on the same timing. Does Ferguson have the ability to say, I've got to run to the sticks and come back, as opposed to this is a 3-yard out, hope I catch it and break a tackle and pick up the first down?
Well, that's just stupid.
Hello, that's what I've been telling you.
I mean,
I'm not a fan of the play calling.
That's just stupid, because as a football player, I mean, even back in high school, you learn that if you need 5 yards for a first down, you don't run a 3-yard pattern.
Exactly.
So you've got to get beyond the sticks.
And you got to call a play that gets beyond the sticks.
Or a football player just needs to do it. I mean, he needs to do it and get beyond the sticks. You got to get the first down, because chances are there's somebody there to knock you on your butt as soon as you catch the football.
We'll ask Jeff Traylor. Yeah, we'll talk to him about that big win in Philadelphia against Temple, this weekend's game against UAB. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor joins us next. Still salty about the Cowboys' loss last night, partly because in my underdog fantasy last night I had Tony Pollard on the predicted over, and clearly he didn't get there because Mike McCarthy abandoned the run. Still, though, when you're playing at underdog fantasy, it adds so much excitement to every game. It is fantasy, but you can win real money, and it's legal in Texas. A ton of fun picking between 2 and 5 players to build your pick'em entry, and you just pick whether you think they're going to go higher or lower, a predicted stat total. And again, you can win real cash. A lot of fun to play. Sign up using their mobile app or go to underdogfantasy.com and listen to this right now. Promo code STAR. Underdog will double your first deposit up to $500. I've never seen them do a deposit match that big. They will double your first deposit up to $500. Plus, new customers will have a mystery special pick in their pick'em lobby. Must be over 18 and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Again, promo code STAR, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $500. So go download the Underdog Fantasy app or go to underdogfantasy.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back, looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard, 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about treating it with Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
On job sites, few things are more important than a solid work boot. At Boot Barn Work, we pride ourselves on knowing that no matter your trade, when there's hard work to be done, your boot should be built for non-stop protection and mobility. Thorogood checks all the boxes. Their Wear Anywhere boots are time-tested and crafted with the highest quality materials for relentless support. for job-fitted boots. Thorogood at Boot Barn Work.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, sports fans, this is Ultimate Vegas Insider John Anthony, and I'm on fire. To prove it, I'm releasing your Monday Night Report absolutely free on recorded message line. Call 1-800-244-5506. I love tonight's matchup. Green Bay, Las Vegas is a monster, side and total. Green Bay, Las Vegas, critical information confirmed, plus Thursday early release. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to go 5-0 free on recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. Green Bay, Las Vegas is huge. Call 1-800-244-5506. You want information? I've got it. I love to go 5-0 or the season free. 1-800-244-5506. 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. Call 1-800-244-5506 or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney and owner of the Thompson Law Firm right here in San Antonio. In the short amount of time I have to talk to you, I want you to remember 2 things. First, if you or a family member is injured in an auto collision, remember, you need to call an attorney as soon as you can after the collision. I don't have enough time to tell you the many, many reasons why, but trust me, the earlier you contact an attorney, the better. Second, when you call is as important as who you call. I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've been representing people injured in motor vehicle and trucking collisions for 28 years. Each place their trust in me to do everything it takes to attain a just and fair recovery and to get honest, trustworthy legal advice. You can trust me to do the same for you. If you or a family member has been injured in an auto collision, call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 210-900-0400 or at my website, alawyerforus.com.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. If it's Monday night, then it's time for Monday Night Football. Tonight at 6:30 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Ryan Engel. I'm Jason Minix. The bright spot on an otherwise football weekend was the UTSA Roadrunners going into Philadelphia, kicking the crap out of Temple, 49-34. The final score. Let's talk about it with UTSA head coach Jeff Traylor joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. It was a good fight early, and then you guys pulled away late. Were you surprised at all about the flow of that football game, especially in the first half, Coach?
Yeah, I was. I didn't expect both offenses to be so explosive. We were hoping we had gotten better. We didn't know we had gotten to that level, and we thought our defense would stop them more on third down, and we didn't. So yeah, I've said that a million times to my wife. She always asks me. She's like, "How do you not know what it's going to be like? You're up there 100 hours in a week." I'm like, "Baby, that's what makes it so incredibly exciting. We really don't know how it's going to turn out."
I love that. I think every wife asks that about that, something to that effect. But when you look at Temple, Jeff, were you expecting, is that the style of offense that they run? I mean, this guy, E.J. Warner, throws the ball 65 times on Saturday.
Yeah, I thought he would get over 50. I didn't think they'd be able to block our front. We'd be able to stop their running game. I knew they could see that as well. So we knew they would attack us. And they do. They do a really good job of letting that kid do what he does very well. And he gets the ball out of his hand before the receivers ever turn around. He also avoids the pressure better than you think he does. You can just tell he's played a ton of football, and I know his father's awful proud of him.
Jeff Traylor joining us here on the Blitz after UTSA beat Temple on Saturday. Home game this week against UAB. Against Temple, I know it was a game-time decision. Frank Harris back, throws for 338 yards, 3 touchdowns, goes over 10,000 yards for his career there at UTSA. getting him back, obviously a nice spark for the offense. I'm curious the combination, Coach, of getting Frank back, but also moving the offensive coordinator to the press box as opposed to being on the sideline. What difference does that or does that actually make? Or clearly with 49 points, you got what you were hoping to out of it, right?
Well, it was just a decision I had made, just looking back in our bowl game. Even though we didn't score a lot of points, we moved the ball against probably the best defense we played against all year in Troy, up and down the field. We just couldn't score in the red zone. I thought he was, just very effective up there. Justin is he understands defense very well. He understands the big picture very well. And getting up in that press box just calms things down. He's a thinker. And just getting all this spreadsheet spread out everywhere, it's a lot easier to look at them on a desk versus holding it down there. The only negative is you don't have the relationship with the kids down there. You don't have the feel of the game as much. But we brought Frank's quarterback coach down on the field and Sean Davis. And I think the bigger reason we scored so much is because we had Frank Harris back at quarterback, not as much as me moving offensive coordinator to the press box.
Well, that's always good.
Always about the player, isn't it?
Absolutely, always about the play. Jeff, I want to ask you, taking a trip like this to Philadelphia, it's a long trip, obviously, for you and your football team, and I know there were some issues. Your flight, I guess, was delayed a little bit. What do you do in that situation? Or are you guys just all, for lack of a better word, mature enough, especially your football team, to deal with things like that?
It's one of our culture pillars is mental toughness, and I will admit I'm getting tired of it. It's been like 6 out of our last 7 trips. Thank God we drove to Houston. We did have a smooth flight to Tennessee, I will say that, but every trip last year was that way. I don't know if it's just the airlines or what's going on with it, but we were delayed here for an hour, which is fine because our kids are in their lockers. We can still watch video. We can do things. We only got there already on the plane. Had to get us off the plane, and now you got a bunch of 300-pound men, trying to find a comfortable place in the airport for an hour and a half to 2 hours. So I was very, very proud. We had to cancel our walk that night. Didn't get to go to the stadium. Got in there late, but our kids handled it great. Also had weather. We had rain, had wind, typical Philadelphia, day up there. But we were kind of expecting all that and prepared. So really proud of my kids. And it's homecoming. There was a lot on our plates, and our kids just kept battling, and what a great effort Temple gave us, though.
And again, fun game. Although watching on ESPN Plus, the announcers were what's the right way? How do they were wondering if you guys were going to be capable of stepping up to the big leagues like the American. Did you get that sense there in Philadelphia from those guys?
It's kind of the way we've been treated the whole time in this whole process, and it's just part of it. We're the new kid on the block, right? Temple's been in that league for a long time. They have a historic program, and we're just the new kids on the block in so many ways. We're new to college football. We're now new to the AAC, and our kids are understanding that, and we just got to be better. That's all we can do is just be better.
Coach, when you look at, and I want to look forward to this game in the Alamo Dome Saturday night, 7:00, UAB. I know you're familiar with them. I know you've played them a time or two, but are they a different football team now than they used to be? Is there any difference?
Well, they were the champs before we became the champs, and I remember going there 4 years ago, and they're defending champions, and we turned them over 5 times. We were on our 4th quarterback. Frank had already been hurt. Lowell had already been hurt. Josh Atkins broke his collarbone first snap of the game. And we still battled them to the very end. And that's when our kids realized we were real. The next year they come here. Oscar makes the famous tip catch to win the game on the last play of the game. And then last year we go down there and either beat them in double overtime or overtime. So we've had 3 literal wars with them that came down to the last play of the game. I expect this one to be no different. They had 400 yards at halftime against South Florida and 35 points. So Coach Dilfer's got those guys playing really, really well. So it's going to be a barn burner led by a San Antonio quarterback. We'll have 2 San Antonio quarterbacks on the field in Zeno versus Harris.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jay Mustang against the Clemens Buffalo. It's going to be a fun one. And I like that it's a 7:00 kickoff. We've got tickets we're giving away all week. You can buy your tickets, UTSAfootballtickets.com. You want to be there for that party in the Alamo Dome because, Coach, it feels like it's been forever since you've played at home. I know there was that Friday night game against Army, but it feels like you've been gone a long time. Does it feel that way for you? Like, man, it's been a while since we've been in the dome and in the friendly confines.
Yeah, it's been a month, but it's the worst loss we've ever suffered there. And the Houston loss last year was painful as well. But that one was just gut wrenching because of the injuries. We lost Mekhi Hart in that game. We lost the game we really thought we were going to win, to be very honest with you. Army just outplayed us. Frank got hurt, and that's when all that started. So not only have we not been home for a month, but then you lose 2 in a row and you lose on a bye week. So you get a month of everybody telling you how bad you are as well. So we hadn't been home for a month and we've been told how bad we stink for a month. So, yeah, we're ready to come back. We're going to need our crowd. This is going to be a really exciting game. Our defense is really injured right now, 3 critical injuries over there. And our defense plays better at home. And we're going to need every one of those guys. And I'm excited because I know how much San Antonio loves to party. And we don't play till 7 o'clock. So they'll be out there tailgating for a long time. They'll have their juices flowing. We'll be ready to roll Saturday night.
Again, UTSAfootball.tickets.com to get those tickets.
I still want to know who these people are that's saying you guys are trash, because I haven't heard that. And I mean, can you introduce us? Because I'd like to have a chat with them. And I'm sure all of that talk stopped after this ball game in Philly on Saturday.
No, you know the deal. It's just 20% of the people are going to love you no matter what you do. 20% are going to hate you no matter what you do. It's the 60% in the middle. Us radio broadcasters and us football coaches, we're all trying to get on our side right now. So we got the 60% back, but those 20% haters are going to always hate. And it's good. It's really good because it makes our kids. You can't. Used to, you didn't even address it as a head coach. You just literally told them, get in your car, go home, ignore the noise. Well, you can't ignore it anymore. There's just too much social media. Everything goes through our phones, and you're just going to hear about it. And it's something you have to address every single day. And we have all of our sayings, we have all of our quotes, but we're humans. It still hurts. You don't like to disappoint people. And in our business, when you don't win, you disappoint a lot of people.
UTSA head coach Jeff Traylor joining us here on the Blitz. On top of that, I just out of curiosity, from the coaching clinics you go to, the handbooks, the manuals, just talking to your friends, if you're Mike McCarthy, what do you say to your team after what happened to the Cowboys last night, losing to San Francisco the way they did?
Nobody believes me when I tell them this, except for my wife. I've not watched. I didn't even know my son won yesterday, 34-0, until she called me and told me. I'm literally on UAB and only UAB. I watched the Tulane UAB game twice last night during that time, so I had no clue until I got to work this morning.
Yeah, 42-10. I imagine the Tulane UAB would have been more interesting to most of the Cowboy fans listening to this right now. All right, the most important question of the weekend, Coach. Did you get a cheesesteak? And from where?
I did. I don't know where they brought it to me from. It was in my locker when the game was over. They could have given me a 47-day-old hot dog. It had been the best hot dog I've ever eaten. To see our offense play the way we used to play, it was a huge relief to see Frank come out of the game healthy, to see my kids win their first conference AAC win ever. That's 11 in a row now. That's hard to do. They're going for their 3rd consecutive conference championship. So it wouldn't matter what that cheesesteak was like, Jason. It was the best sandwich I've ever eaten in my life, because the Roadrunners are 1-0 in conference play right now, baby.
They certainly are.
Well, Jeff, I hear that Frank Harris bought the offensive line their cheesesteaks. Is that accurate?
That is true. Now, that is true. And I'm glad. I didn't know the score was 42-10. They got beat that bad, Jason.
Coach, it was like a 47-day-old hot dog, Coach.
Exactly.
I did not. I had no idea. And it's a beautiful thing about being a college coach, but it's also a bad thing. But the Saints won 34-0, so the Trailers got 2 wins this weekend, and we haven't been doing that very much this year. So that was fun to do.
There you go. 49-34, got a cheesesteak, a win, and you get UAB Saturday in the Dome. Coach, we're doing everything we can to help pack the Dome on Saturday night for you for your game against UAB.
Y'all are always the best, and appreciate everybody in San Antonio, and I hope to see you Saturday night at 7 o'clock.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, Coach.
Thank y'all. God bless. Birds up.
God bless Birds up. Again, footballtickets.com. Get your tickets. We'll have tickets to give away all week, but don't be the guy trying to wait to win them. If you win them, take a friend. Get your tickets, pack the Dome on Saturday, because it's been forever since they've been there trying to get their first ever home American Athletic Conference victory.
They're favorites.
They are. Although, dude, Zeno, man, from his time at Jay, and you see what they're doing at Trent Dilfer? That's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, it's cool, but I'm not worried. Not scared.
Nah.
Come on.
Not scared. A 47-day-old hot dog, man. Is there a better way to describe what the Cowboys played last night?
That's pretty bad.
They played like a 47-day-old hot dog. We're going to steal that line and use it. You want to talk about the Cowboys? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Your calls next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you are shopping for a new vehicle, you need to go see my friends at Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ancira because I am a longtime Ancira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. That great customer service is why Ancira has been a top family-run dealership in San Antonio for decades. And you know Price made Ancira number one. Price keeps Ancira number one. So think Ancira. Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
Texas A&M football is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Saturday afternoon at 1:30. It's the Aggies and Tennessee in an SEC battle. Presented by Ewald Kubota, Just Pots, ABC Home and Commercial Services, The Angry Elephant, Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning, and 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Your brain is an amazing thing. But as you get older, it naturally begins to change, causing a lack of sharpness or even trouble with recall. Thankfully, the breakthrough in Prevagen helps your brain and actually improves memory. The secret is an ingredient originally discovered in jellyfish. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, Prevagen has been shown to improve memory. A Pharmacy Times national survey of pharmacists rated Prevagen the #1 pharmacist-recommended memory support brand for the 5th year in a row. You can find it in the vitamin aisle in stores everywhere without a prescription. Help your memory. Try Prevagen today. Prevagen. Healthier brain, better life. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's time for the fall haul at Northern Tool and Equipment. Get your hands on tough tools at prices that are tough to ignore. Got plans? Cancel them. Trucks in the shop? Borrow someone else's. Don't like saving money? Right. So head to the fall haul at Northern Tool. Back up the truck for the season's biggest event and save on generators, power tools, trailers, and more. Shop in-store or at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
Picture a swimmer backstroking through a pool of lime jelly. Now picture yourself getting the new titanium iPhone 15 Pro. Now picture a lion and antelope hugging. Now picture yourself switching to Boost Infinite and getting the latest iPhone every year and unlimited wireless for just $60 a month. Now picture that swimmer again, but this time it's you, and the pool is full of iPhones and baby ducks. Boost Infinite. Infinitely better. Switch today. Just dial pound 250 and say Boost Infinite. Terms apply. After 30 gigabytes, service may be slowed. Receive a comparable iPhone model each year with an acceptable trade-in every year. Requires credit qualification and 36-month phone financing agreement. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from the station's
For over 17 years, the award-winning legal team at George Salinas Injury Lawyers has been representing personal injury victims all across Texas. Have you been injured in an accident? George Salinas is ready to represent you with free consultations, 24/7 availability, and no attorney fees unless we win. George Salinas Injury Lawyers will help you get the results you need so you can focus on recovery. If you've been injured, one call could change your entire case. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers, 210-225-0909, or visit georgesalinas.com.
George gets justice.
When your business needs an electrician, for over 35 years, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio. Powered by relationships with dedicated estimators who analyze the issue, research cost-effective solutions, and clearly communicate the options without charging you a dime. A proven process that allows you to continue focusing on your unique purpose. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or hill-electric.com.
At the Home Depot, Saturdays are about two things. Easy cleanup with the Ryobi 18-volt ONE+ Whisper Series leaf blower
and football.
That's right, Reese Davis. With variable speed, it has the power for when you really need it and just the right amount when you don't. And the One Plus battery platform means you go from yard work to DIY in just a click, so you can get projects done faster.
Which means more time for football.
For football. Upgrade your Saturday with Ryobi and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Yo, 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 what's up, party people? I'm Julie Foudy.
And I'm Lynn Ozawi.
We host the ESPN podcast Laughter Permitted, where we have candid chats with trailblazing women in sports and beyond.
We've talked with goats like Billie Jean King, Simone Biles, Mia Hamm, Sue Bird, Candace Parker, Michaela Schifrin, just to name a few.
So grab a donut or 500 and check us out wherever you get your podcasts. And a huge shout out to our presenting sponsor, Ally, who has supported us since day one.
Laughter Permitted.
If you're a man and you live in San Antonio or the surrounding areas, you need to pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Are you having issues rising to the occasion? Do you constantly worry about whether or not you can perform? Have you completely stopped having adult time? Is it something you just don't talk about? Guys, we have a solution. Mojo, the 100% guaranteed male enhancement pill that's fast, effective, and was designed to reignite passion, performance, and confidence in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Be ready at a moment's notice with the Mojo Male Enhancement Pill from Pure Line Nutrition. And for those of you who have used Mojo, check out Mojo Enduramax.
Touchdown!
A new formula that improves the potency and effectiveness of Mojo. Get fast results, last longer, and be the man she'll never forget. Mojo and Mojo Enduramax, 100% natural male enhancement formulas, only available at Pure Line Nutrition. Call now, 210-494-2210. That's 210-494-2210. Or visit us online at thepureline.com.
Play fake. Oh, they beat around the edge, goes deep, down the left side at the numerals, intercepted. He overthrew everybody. Gibson got it at the 15. Snap is back. Wings it over the middle. That was nearly intercepted. Wanted Lamb over the middle. Prescott in the gun. They blitz him off the edge. He throws it right. Tip. Warner with the interception. In and out of the hands of Michael Gallup. Shotgun with Dowdle on Prescott's left. And there's a slant, intercepted.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Well, I think it's a punch in the gut. It's a kick in the ass, whatever phrase you want to put on it. But very humbling loss, clearly stating the obvious. Called a couple of weeks ago humbling against Arizona, but this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. They beat us in every aspect.
This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me?
This is the War Room.
You want to crown them? Then crown their ass.
On 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Little overtime today as we take you up to 6:30 when we hand it off to Kevin Harlan for our coverage of Monday Night Football here on 94.1, presented by Flight by Yingling. We got the Packers and the Raiders tonight, but we're still dissecting what the hell went wrong for the Cowboys last night in San Francisco.
You gotta be a genius to figure that out.
I mean, yeah. I mean, defense sucked, offense sucked, play calling sucked, Dak was awful, special teams wasn't very good. It was bad all the way around. It was like eating a 47-day-old hot dog.
Yeah, probably.
And then drinking a glass of hot dog water that is also 47 days old.
I've never had a 47-day-old hot dog,
That you know
but I
of.
assume that's pretty bad.
I would assume. I mean,
unless you go to Circle K maybe and get one off of their rolling dog thing.
Dude,
I'm not sure.
I think Circle K. No, I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, remember back in the Alamo Dome days with the Spurs, sometimes, they always had in the media room hamburgers, hot dogs, and something else.
I miss those days.
Yeah, but there were sometimes those hot dogs looked like they might have been there for 4 to 7 days. Not 47, but 4 to 7. When they're a little gray and the water's a little, yeah, I'm not eating that.
Well, those aren't bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, a hot dog, who knows?
Like
I mean,
gutter dog.
They got so much stuff in it anyway. I think you're just eating a fresh dog. You're in trouble.
You look at yesterday's game. You want to vent. You want to get it off your chest. You want to bitch about Mike McCarthy. The phone lines are open now until 6:30. 210-656-ESPN. 656-3776.
You know, what baffles me, Jason, is a team that is supposed to be one of the favorites in the NFC, one of the favorites to go to the Super Bowl, has a game against another team that is a favorite to go to the Super Bowl, and you show up in their place and you completely just play your worst football that you've played in not just this year, but in a long time.
Worst offensive performance in a decade for the Cowboys.
That happen? I just don't know how that happens.
You know, Dak was awful last night, and awful in the second half especially. But when I think about yesterday's game, the defense is what disappoints me more than Dak Prescott, because I expected the defense to play championship level football. Dak Prescott plays like he typically does in a big game, which isn't good. That's the disappointment in Dak, is big games, big moments, no show. And that's what you got last night. I can't say that. Am I disappointed by it? Sure. Surprised by it? It's a big game. Dak Prescott, first play of the game, or first pass of the game, he had a wide open Schoonmaker and he missed him. And it was all from there. But when you go back and you look at that game yesterday, the play calling baffles me more than anything else because of the commitment to run that Mike McCarthy said this team was going to have. Yet Tony Pollard had 4 carries in that first half.
If you're going to commit to it, you got to commit to it. There's got to be a reason he's not. Is he overthinking what he's trying to do? He looks at that San Francisco defense, and they're pretty good. They were playing well last night, and just figured he couldn't run the football. But I'll be honest with you, and I would rather roll the dice with Tony Pollard and Rico Dowdle than have Dak Prescott trying to run around and make plays.
Well, when you look at the run to set up the pass, and so many teams do that, but you at least have to try to run. And you can't be so predictable that if you're under center, this is going to be a run play. And in shotgun, it's going to be a pass play. Now, I said something like that to my wife in the first half, and then I see later in the night, Des Bryant was tweeting the same thing. Because honestly, I put my phone away and quit looking at social media during that game last night. I couldn't. I have a buddy of mine that lives in New Jersey, texted me 81 times last night. I didn't look at or respond to any of them because they all say the same thing. Dak sucks. But that game, Dak didn't help anything last night, but that game was not all on Dak. The play calling was awful. Dak was awful. But that defense was probably the biggest disappointment, because at least then, if you get some stops, get off the field on third down. Don't line up off sides on 3rd and 3 that gives them a first down to keep a drive alive. You at least have a chance to win if the defense plays at the expected level.
Well, you got to put some pressure on Brock Purdy, and they didn't do that. They just didn't. I mean, he had all day to throw. He was accurate last night, and I mean, extremely accurate. He carved up that Dallas secondary. It was amazing to watch. And, I don't know if he can do that on a week-in, week-out basis, but he's been pretty good this year so far. He was pretty good last year. But the pass rush was non-existent. Micah Parsons, we're talking about him as MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. He was a no-show in the biggest game of the season thus far. DeMarcus Lawrence, a no-show. Odigizua, a no-show. All of these guys. I mean, where are they? That's supposed to be the strength of that defense, and they just didn't show up.
And again, I look at that Cowboys defense. They didn't get anything done. So when you talk about, Dak wasn't great, that defense was awful last night. Everybody was. Let's talk about it with Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, who joins us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Post-mortem in that locker room last night, Clarence. I know it was an awful weekend for you after you watched that UT loss, then you get on a plane and you had to sit through that.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before. I've been covering the Cowboys since 1997. That means 4 playoff wins on my resume, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, about potential, about what they're going to do, and we're going to turn the corner, and we're back here at square one again. And I've been listening to you guys, and certainly Dak was bad, but there's a lot of energy for bad performance that needs to go around. I mean, Mike McCarthy talked today, one thing that why they want to run the ball and why they do things on offense and not try to be as explosive is because they're trying to protect the defense. The defense is the best part of the team. Well, the best part of the team didn't show up. And it's easy to point out Dak's interceptions, but they didn't come until the score was 28-10. It was already out of hand, and the defense, every touchdown pass was wide open. Nobody was near the guy.
No, and Clarence, you're right. I mean, look, Dak is Dak. He's part of the problem. We can talk about him. That offensive line that was supposed to be healthy for the first time, that was an issue. But it was that defense that is most concerning. But you have to help me understand something, Clarence, because only you can, I think. How does a team that is supposed to be a favorite in the NFC going up against another favorite in the biggest game of the season just simply not show up? How does that happen?
Well, it's not just going against two heavyweights going up against you. It's a game that you talked about, that you pointed to, that you wanted, that you're pissed off and you're motivated. You're going to make amends from last year. You're going to show everybody that, everything you've done in the offseason, was it going in the right direction. This was your measuring stick. This was, this win was going to be a shot in the arm to spur you to Super Bowl greatness, and you go down there and lay an egg and no show like that. It's unconscionable. I don't see it. This is certainly the worst loss of the Mike McCarthy era. Dak Prescott said it was the most humbling loss he's ever been a part of since being with the Cowboys. I don't know when the Cowboys have had a bad of a loss in as a big a moment as that was outside of those playoff games. But for a regular season game, this was horrible. This was unconscionable. This is going to sting.
Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on the Blitz. I said earlier in the show, kind of felt like 44-6 to Philadelphia, but at least that game, if you won it, you were in the playoffs. If you lost, your playoffs were over. When Tony Romo said, if this is the worst thing that ever happened to me. Right. I mean, that's what it felt like. But all three phases are no-shows. And that's the second time, 2 losses this year, the Arizona game and this one, where it seems like when the defense, everybody's bad on the same day. I don't know if you could say that's on coaching to make sure they're ready to go, but I find it weird that it's one thing to lose a game where defense didn't play well, offense did, or offense was awful and the defense played well and you lose. But that's 2 losses this year where all 3 phases sucked on the same Sunday night.
I wrote a column today that to start talking, calling the Cowboys Super Bowl frauds, and I just, they were exposed as frauds. And one thing I talked about, this team is a bunch of front runners, and which we've seen this season. When everything is going well, they jump out to the lead, they jump on you. Everything looks good. But in the games where it didn't matter, when they got behind or it was close, they don't show up offensively or defensively. When things start spiraling another way, they have not gotten together. They've been classic front runners. They've been that way for a while. When they beat up on bad teams, when the turnovers are flying, everybody's having a good time running to the ball. And I think they're the best defense ever. And certainly when things have not gone their way, when they have to scuffle, they have not shown up, and they certainly have not shown up this year. It's hard to explain the varied performances in the 2 losses to Arizona and San Francisco compared to the performances in the wins. And it has everything to do with the Cowboys getting the lead and being out front and playing front runners. And in the other game, they didn't do that and they quit or whatever it was. They just didn't come up and have their best performance. That's not how champions are made. And, we get a lot, Mike, again, Dak gets a lot of grief, but Micah Parsons talks a lot. He's very visible on social media. He needs to show up in big games as well.
Yeah,
he had no sacks, no quarterback hurries, no quarterback hits. You need your best players to play their best. And you don't say that about, he's not the only guy in the league who's getting double teams and triple teams and getting attention. That's the same thing with Watt, the same thing with the Bosa brothers. They get attention. They find a way to make plays.
I know they're a little bit dinged up. There's some because they got out physical last night too. I mean, San Francisco
always
was clear
against the 49ers.
Yeah,
always against 49ers. They beat them up all the time.
Well, and again, it happened last night. A couple of things, but they've got another West Coast trip coming up against the Chargers, and I know that Kellen Moore is going to be ready and have something ready for that defense. At least try to. How do the Cowboys respond? Typically, they do. They don't play 2 bad games in a row, but this is another tough test for them out west.
Yeah, historically they've responded well, under Mike McCarthy after loss. I think they're 9-1 or 10-1 after losses, since 2020. So they've done a good job responding well after losses. But this is a key point in the season. You lose like that, you get demoralized like that because they were looking so forward to what a win would do, the confidence booster, but a loss, can multiply on them if they lose to San Francisco. Lose to the Rams, not the Rams, excuse me. If they lose to the Chargers on the road again, tough game. There's a lot on the line for the Chargers, and certainly you talked about Kellen Moore, but after that they got the bye. Then they have the Rams at home, which is a game Ram team that certainly does a lot of eye candy things that confused the Cowboys last night. With where they call plays, and they play at Philadelphia. So, to me, you got to, in these next 3 games, you got to at least go 2-1, or at least 3-0 to keep your season where it needs to be. But certainly, you cannot go and lose back-to-back games on Monday night with this when you face the Chargers. They have to win that game.
Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining us here on the Blitz. You think about everything that went wrong yesterday. That's easy. But I've been pretty consistent here on the Blitz questioning the play calling of Mike McCarthy, who said that they were going to run the ball a lot more. Pollard had 8 total carries last night, only 4 in the first half when the game was still competitive. And the other thing that I'm seeing are receivers that aren't getting separation. What are you seeing and hearing when talking to various people in the building about the frustrated CeeDee Lamb and other receivers and the lack of touches, the lack of commitment to the run game?
Well, I think they've run the ball pretty well in other games. They didn't get to 11. They only had 6 plays in the first quarter. Okay, they didn't convert third down. You can't convert third downs. You can't spread the ball around. You can't run the ball. And they were not converting third downs. Dak missed that first pass. To the tight end high. I think there was a chance the tight end could have caught it, but it was a high pass. But you don't convert third down. You don't extend drives. You're not going to be able to run and do some of the things they want to do. The receivers are not getting open. I still will contend that the biggest mistake they made was letting Amari Cooper go. They let the shot, the money, all this stuff get mad, and you don't trade Amari Cooper for Michael Gallup. I'm sorry. That's just not even equal. But, yeah, getting separation has been a problem outside. It was a problem last night. The Mike McCarthy's offense, we talked so much about that, and he's talked about this Texas Coast offense. It's been a disappointment, and Dak said that they left them. They had some things in their host, so they didn't show the first 4 games, and you thought they were going to try to unleash some of them against the 49ers, but they couldn't get to them. Certainly they did try to take more deep shots than they have in the past, and they did hit the one ball, to Turpin. But other than that, this offense has been a huge disappointment. That's the biggest mismatch in the game last night was Kyle Shanahan as offensive play caller and Mike McCarthy's offensive play caller. That was a blowout.
Clarence, I've got to ask you because I haven't seen it, and maybe I've just missed it, but has Jerry been in a hole somewhere? Did he talk after the game last night?
He did not talk after the game last night, and he has not talked after road games this year so far, and so that's consistent. He will be on the radio tomorrow morning, so we'll see what he has to say. But, it's a lot of things are on the line this year. Mike McCarthy's job, Dak Prescott's contract. The Cowboys have decisions to make in a lot of areas this year, and Dak kind of has them by the head because he has a $59 million cap hit next year. And so the best thing for everybody was to sign Dak Prescott to an extension. But if this season, goes off the rails and he continues to play the way he's played in this offense, I don't know how you can justify signing to an extension. Then you put yourself in a hole next year because, you have to keep him with that $59 million cap hit. And then you also have to look, to change quarterbacks and probably change the head coaches. So, a lot is on the line with the Cowboys and Jerry Jones and as they go through this season because they were hoping that this was the year that they could kind of make a breakthrough. They really liked some things they did in the offseason. They co-signed Mike McCarthy. They wanted to fire Kellen Moore and make some changes and take over play calling. Well, it's his ball now, and he's going to either get fired with it as well.
Well, and that's it. He if he was going to get fired calling plays. And, after last night, it's there. I want to touch, though, on something about the Dak Prescott contract situation. The cap hit next year is ridiculous. So at $59 million, you figure they're going to rework that just to lower that. If they release him, the cap hit is in the 30s, right, of dead money, which also is a deterrent, although maybe they eat it, but they don't have his replacement in the building, which is the issue that I have with it.
Well, all of that. Because Jerry Jones does not want to start over a quarterback. You don't have a replacement in the building. I need to look at the contract. I don't think that it's in the 30s if they release him. I think it's bigger than that. I need to look at that again. But it's a deterrent, one way or another, and it prevents you from moving on, and the way he's playing prevents you from extending him. And it's a problem. They need him to get it together, need his offense to get it together, so they can at least justify an extension. But because the extension, at least before the season, it was going to be $52 million or more. Which is what the going rate for top quarterbacks is. You don't want to get in a situation where you're paying that and then you're having to make another decision in 2 years.
Yeah, it's
wow.
A difficult situation that the Cowboys have managed to find themselves in. And if you're Dak Prescott, man, you've played this the right way, even though it's a detriment to the team at this point. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, man, get some sleep. I know it's been a busy weekend for you to watch those two games, man. There's not enough money for what we have to do sometimes, is there?
No, it's not. But Texas is still the better team, and I think they will beat them in the Big 12 rematch if somehow they don't.
You sounded like Micah Parsons. Listen to you.
No. Micah Parsons. We can talk about Micah Parsons. That was like he was in denial, talking about he was too evenly matched team. That was 42-10. That was a butt whooping.
Yes.
The Texas game, Texas made all the mistakes and still took the lead with a minute left, and I think they just relaxed and went to sleep on that final drive. But you look at the 300, the interceptions and everything else, and the yards. They moved the ball. If they didn't score at the one. I don't think those things happen again. Yeah. So I do think Texas, and again, I think that give Oklahoma credit. I wrote a column on the game. Actually, I went there and wrote a really objective column and said Oklahoma's back. There was all this talk about Texas, and Oklahoma was quietly taking care of business up north, and they let everybody know that we're part of this national discussion too, not just Texas.
Absolutely, and I do agree with you. Big 12 championship game. Texas is going to get it.
Let's get there first.
Or they'll get there.
Give us more, man. But you want more. That was a great game. Even win or lose, that was what you want. That was Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And you want more of that in the championship game.
And Clarence, you'll appreciate. I know we're late for the break. I don't give a damn because this is too funny. Because Clarence Hill, you will appreciate this. You see those two players from Oklahoma? They got the horns down, tattooed on matching tattoos on their thighs.
Yes, it's crazy.
You know what's crazy though? Is they did horns down, but if they're sitting and looking at their leg, it's the right way. It's the proper way to do it. It's the most Okie thing that I've seen.
Yeah, no doubt. And so the rivalry lives on. Like I said, I don't ever want to live in a world where Oklahoma and Texas can't talk trash to each other.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Good stuff. Clarence Hill, always appreciate you jumping on, man.
All right, man. Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Jim, Jay, you got a line. Stay there. Your call's next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. You want to chime in? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, best way to do that, call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans and offices all over. So if you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online, mybestbailbonds.com.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe. And this is the War Room on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Stop paying all those crazy fees on ticket apps. Need tickets? Stay local and call Awesome Tickets. Big games, big concerts, big events. Awesome Tickets is your personal ticket broker. Any city, any event. Awesome Tickets has your tickets for all the sports, concerts, and events from San Antonio to Las Vegas. Avoid the ticket app fees. Since 1994, Awesome Ticket is local and veteran-owned. Call 210-226-5136 or online at awesometix.com. That's awesometix.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
NCE General Contractors, based in San Antonio, is one of the fastest growing nationwide general contractors with a focus on commercial new construction, design build projects, building renovations, tenant finish outs, site upgrades, and building maintenance. NCE President Brian Ehrlich's a former Madison quarterback and proud to support high school football in San Antonio, building relationships first, then buildings that last. Learn more about NCE General Contractors online at ncegc.co. That's ncegc.co.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Now you can get a Walmart Plus membership, plus not pay for it, because it's included with Straight Talk wireless plans. You get free delivery with Walmart Plus, plus a Paramount Plus subscription included. Plus, you pay less for gas. That's a lot of pluses.
Only Straight Talk gives you unlimited 5G data and Walmart Plus included on select plans for free.
Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Requires service on Gold or Platinum Unlimited. One offer per eligible account. Paramount Plus Essential Plan only. Separate registration required. Additional terms apply.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. With kids back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Make Exergen thermometers the chosen thermometer for your home or business to check for fever, where accuracy matters. When measuring temperature at home and at work, use an Exergen thermometer to keep your family and colleagues safe. Available at Walgreens. Learn more at Exergen.com.
I was crossing the street when I met the love of my life. I chased after her. Nothing would stand in my way. Not the dog walker, nor the hot dog vendor. Finally reaching her, I asked, "What do you call that amazing smell?"
It's Gain Flings.
Gain Flings. My love had a name, but more importantly, it had a scent.
Fall in love with Gain Flings. Seriously good scent. Gain Flings with 50% more freshness ingredients versus leading bargain detergent.
Exergen thermometers are the smart choice when selecting a thermometer. With children back at school, keeping them healthy is important. Got a fever? Stay home. To detect fever accurately at home, you need a clinically accurate, fast, and non-invasive thermometer. The Exergen thermometer is backed by over 100 clinical studies. Accuracy matters. Be smart and safe. Measure accurately with Exergen thermometers. Available at Walgreens and other participating retailers. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Your home for college football's national championship is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
National champions at long last.
KTFM Floresville. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Cowboys got dinged up in that bad loss to the San Francisco 49ers. Cornerback C.J. Goodwin out for the season with a torn pec. Linebacker Lander Vander Esch had x-rays on his neck last night, but it looks like he may be put on IR with that. We'll continue to follow that. And Kavontae Turpin, a high ankle sprain. He could miss 4 to 6 weeks. A lot of injuries for the Cowboys. The war room continues now.
Play fake. Oh, they beat around the edge, goes deep, down the left side at the numerals, intercepted. He overthrew everybody. Gibson got it at the 15. Snap is back. Wings it over the middle. That was nearly intercepted. Wanted Lamb over the middle. Prescott in the gun. They blitz him off the edge. He throws it right. Tip. Warner with the interception. In and out of the hands of Michael Gallup. Shotgun with Dowdle on Prescott's left. And there's a slant, intercepted.
Didn't see it coming. As you said, put everything into this and got punched in the mouth. Well, I think it's a punch in the gut. It's a kick in the ass, whatever phrase you want to put on it. But very humbling loss, clearly stating the obvious. Called a couple of weeks ago, humbling against Arizona. But this may be the most humbling game I've ever been a part of. They beat us in every aspect.
This is the War Room on the Blitz.
What the hell's going on out here?
Cowboys, Texans, Eagles, Niners, the NFC East. If they're playing for the Super Bowl, then you'll hear about them right here.
We need to change that.
Playoffs? We'll talk about playoffs. You kidding me?
This is the War Room
You want to crown them? Then crown their ass.
on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
They are who we thought they were.
Here's the Blitzes, Jason and Joe.
Yeah, frauds, apparently.
Frauds.
He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Cowboys get their ass kicked out in the Bay. 42-10, the final score, and it didn't even feel that close. You want to chime in? 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You can call, you can text, you can tweet, X at Joe Reinagel 210, at Jason Minix. On Monday, the boss man makes us work an extra 30 minutes, so you don't get extra innings with Pledge. You get extra blitz, leading you into Monday Night Football tonight, brought to you by Flight, by Yingling. You've got the Packers and the Raiders in about 25 minutes from right now. So 25 minutes to talk about what went wrong last night for the Dallas Cowboys in the game of the week of the year. Complete no-shows.
Can we figure all that out in 25 minutes? I'm not sure that we can.
I mean, we're
but
4 hours in, and we've got a lot of the same questions with what went wrong for the Cowboys. Defense was awful. Dak was awful. Play calling was awful.
Everything was awful. I mean, we just put a bow on that thing. Everything was awful. Nothing went right for the Cowboys except the best kicker in the NFL, Brandon Aubrey.
And
he did what he had to do.
Absolutely. Well, our punter was good.
Yeah, well, yeah, Anger was all right. Not bad.
Did you see the what was the number? The Vanderbilt punter surpassed 10,000 total punt yards.
Holy cow.
Yeah, I saw that. Somebody tweeted out, it might have been Barstool, the most Vanderbilt stat of all stats.
Yeah, that is a good one, yeah.
Hey, Jib, you're on the Blitz. What went wrong with the Cowboys?
Hey, Jason and Joe, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to vent today. So I've got 4 points I want to make, but before I do, I will agree that the defense was awful. But even if the defense played really good, I think you're probably only going to hold San Francisco to maybe 21 points. So with our offense only scoring 10, it really wouldn't have mattered if the defense played good.
You know, I mean, Jim, to a degree, though, but if the offense wasn't getting going, if the defense forces some of those punts on those big third down conversions, maybe the offense with a couple more opportunities, they can get something going. I mean, that's the complementary football that Mike McCarthy wants to play with the defense first.
I agree. I totally agree. But the offense couldn't get more than 3 and out. The defense was out of breath the whole night. So, but the first thing is the play calling. I agree. And where I knew it was bad is when it was 14-7. We've got the ball on about the 30-yard line on a 3rd and 5, heading in to maybe tie the game up. And yes, we wanted him to run more, but on 3rd and 5, that's not when you do it. But it basically said we can't make a first down, and they ran the ball, didn't get the first down, and right there I knew we were in trouble because we were settling for field goals again. And so that's one thing. Number two, the offensive line, although it was great they were back together, San Francisco just manhandled them. Dak was running for his life. They couldn't open up any holes for the offense. And then the wide receivers, the separation. I think you mentioned this. San Francisco's receivers were running open. I mean, even if he had lots of time, but even if he didn't, they had 2-3 steps on our guys, and Dak was throwing it into coverage all night long. They had no separation, and the last thing is Dak. So I called in about a week and a half ago, and I said, look, he can't win against the good teams. He's a pedestrian quarterback, and he basically proved that again last night.
Absolutely. He did. I mean, he's good at best. That's what he is.
He's good.
He's good at best.
And you could literally say he's a great regular season quarterback, but in big games, we get too much of that. That looked like a playoff game. They treated it like a playoff game, and we got playoff Prescott, and that's a problem.
It's a big problem.
Hey, Jay, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Hey, man, what a weekend for us Texas fans, huh?
Yeah, it sucked. We were all geared up, and it sucked.
Hey, but I got one thing to tell you. Bang, bang, Niner gang. What's up? Go Niners. Let's do it.
That was great.
42-10, man. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I mean,
yeah.
Not going to hang up on you. Man. Not going to get mad. You guys kicked our ass, man. I can say nothing. I'm not going to be like Micah Parsons and make some sort of weird excuse that we're just as good.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Jay. Thanks for gloating. Appreciate Pledge hitting play on the Micah Parsons cut. Oh, yeah. Pledge, you still have to work after 6, too. If I'm working, you're working. Where's Micah?
You got to learn how to take a punch. We got punched in the face tonight, and that's just reality of it. I'm not shying from we got beat up in all phases. I mean, and that's just the reality of it. So the psych, it can't really drop because I think I understand, like I said, no champion hasn't been battle tested. Sometimes you get knocked down. Sometimes you lose a couple rounds. Sometimes you lose the fight. But it's about how you return after. How do you face the adversity? How do you get better? How do you not let this control you? That's the thing. I get tomorrow.
Yeah.
Look, I just have no confidence in especially the offense of this team. None whatsoever. Now, they're going to face a Chargers team coming up that the defense is not that great. But they've got a pretty good quarterback. And in Brock Purdy, it's a pretty good quarterback as well. He carved up that secondary. If the Cowboys can't get a pass rush on Justin Herbert, he's going to carve up that secondary as well.
And
it's just going to happen.
Kellen Moore is trying to get a game ball like Nathaniel Hackett.
No question about it.
We'll talk about all of that next here on the Blitz. Go around the league and get you ready for the Monday night game here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. We are into October. It was nice and chilly this weekend. You don't have your heater. Nobody turned the heater on this weekend, I hope. It wasn't that cold. But you will turn your heater on soon. When you do that, you want to make sure it's ready to go. Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating, and AC has great maintenance programs that ensures your unit is ready for every season. At Quarter Moon, they are experts at worst-case scenarios. So if you're having issues at the house with your plumbing like I did last weekend, you call them, they come out, they get everything fixed right away because, well, their service trucks are fully stocked and they have all the equipment needed for any job. A faucet leak, a slab leak, anything in between. No commission. Sales reps, they'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau. And at Quarter Moon, they are green certified. 210-651-5899 is the phone number. 651-5899 or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
It's Dallas Cowboys football on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. This Monday, it's the Cowboys and Chargers at 6 p.m.
Prescott in the gun, back looking, standing. Hurry up, throw the right flat, caught. Pollard 25, 20 on the right sideline. Pollard streaks in. Touchdown!
Presented by AA Best Bail Bonds, the law office of Jesse Hernandez, the Texas Chancla, Ewald Kubota, Mother's Window Tint, Woods Comfort Systems, and 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The UTSA Roadrunners are back in the Dome this Saturday against UAB. Hi, I'm April Lancira. Join me in packing the Dome Saturday by getting your tickets today. Go to UTSAFootballtickets.com.
I am quarterback Frank Harris. I want to see you Saturday as we play our first ever AAC home game. You don't want to miss the party. We need you there.
It's our UTSA Roadrunners against UAB this Saturday at 7 p.m. in the Alamo Dome. Don't miss out on the excitement. Get your tickets now at UTSAFootballtickets.com. That's UTSAFootballtickets.com.
Life moves fast. No one has time for a car, truck wreck, or commercial vehicle accident. At Davis Law Firm, we get it. When you call the force, you don't have to worry about insulting offers from insurance adjusters, property damage, or car rental. With over 25 years experience, we have secured important verdicts and settlements, some in the millions of dollars. I'm Jeff Davis. If you were in a car, truck wreck, or hit by a commercial vehicle, call me at 444-4444. You got it. There's only one number to remember. 4. Attorney consultation by appointment only. Davis Law Firm, San Antonio. Davis Law Firm is a proud official partner, personal injury attorney of the San Antonio Spurs.
Hi, I'm John Ewald with Ewald Kubota. If you have big dreams or big projects, we hope you'll consider Ewald Kubota. From small Kubota compact tractors to construction equipment, Kubota is a name you can trust. Or if you aren't committed to buying just yet, we have a full line of equipment you can rent by the day, week, or month. We can even deliver it to your work site. Ewald Kubota is committed to providing excellent customer service and satisfaction. So come by one of our 11 locations. We look forward to serving you. Or visit us on the web at ewaldkubota.com.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling and Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Is your AC working but the house is still uncomfortable? Call Airtron Heating and Air Conditioning. Your AC cools, but it can't defend against humidity alone. Take control of your home comfort with a whole home dehumidifier and save $3,000. Plus, you can save up to $2,500 on a furnace and AC made by Carrier. Turn to the experts and installed by Airtron. Call today for same-day estimates and next-day installations. Visit Airtron.com for terms and conditions. Savings cannot be combined with any other promotion. License number TACLA 000399898C.
This is Kevin Harlan of Westwood One Sports. Join us tonight at 6:30 for Monday Night Football, exclusively on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
He's just got the best voice of anybody. I mean, the guy is great.
He's going to be in town on Friday, too.
Best in the business. Oh, that's right, for the Wemby show.
Yeah, the preseason game for the Spurs been moved up half an hour. Starts at 6:30 on TNT. Spurs do play their first preseason game tonight.
Yeah, they do. Taking on Chet Holmgren going up against Wemby.
Yeah,
that's going to be interesting
on NBA TV.
How about that?
And I think it's on Bally too. But
NBA
the
TV.
fact that NBA TV is picking up a Spurs preseason game, that is the Wemby effect. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jay Semenix. What a disappointing weekend for most people listening. You're fans of the teams we talk about the most, which is the Cowboys, the Longhorns, the Aggies, and in the distance, you've got the Houston Texans, who suffered a brutal loss yesterday. They had that game. The Texans had that game won, and they blow it at the end.
You got to learn to finish. That's what they're learning. Young team, up-and-coming team has played well. They found their quarterback. They found their head coach, and now they've got to learn how to win. And yesterday, I would assume, was a good lesson for those guys. You know, it's different depending on where you're at in the food chain. You know, we get upset with Dallas because they supposedly assembled all this great talent, Super Bowl contenders, and then they lay an egg in San Francisco. With Houston, you go to Atlanta, you have an opportunity to win the game. You just got to find a way to win it. And they did.
And again, it's all in where the expectations are, and that falls in with the disappointment. Although I do know a lot of Texans fans are really disappointed with that loss, especially with the defense giving up 14 points in the fourth quarter to lose that game. And, you know, you talk about trying to figure out teams in the NFL. The Buffalo Bills beat Miami handily. And Buffalo's played really good following that opening loss to the Jets.
Yeah.
And then they lose to Jacksonville. Now, I know they had to go to London and all that kind of stuff.
And Jacksonville was there for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Jacksonville State, but still 7 points in the first half.
Yeah.
And you get the tantrums again with Diggs on the sideline and the weird looks from Josh Allen. That was they're a hard team to figure out. Colts, all the talk from their owner gives Jonathan Taylor a contract. Colts go out and beat the Titans 23-16 a week after the Titans had a surprising win.
I can't figure out that team either. The Titans, they are Jekyll and Hyde from week to week. It's been a weird NFL season, hasn't it? To start with.
You know, when you look at it, I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers look so bad against Houston, and then they lose to what looks like a Ravens team, and now they're not, but some of the national analysts are blaming the Ravens coaches for using a rugby ball in practice with their receivers. So you look at, they had a season high in drops yesterday because the receivers are looking like their hands are too far apart trying to catch a ball.
Why the hell would you do that?
Well, that says, I mean, it's to help teach them to catch with their hands.
Okay.
As opposed to being body catchers.
Well, how about catch the football with your hands? That'd be nice.
But it's weird. Like you're in the NFL. In a week's worth of working with a rugby ball, your hands are too far apart.
It's crazy.
It's the NFL.
Your guy Micah Parsons. Was just a tweet he made. He says Micah Parsons says that George Kittle made things personal with his Dallas shirt. Yes. Yeah. And Micah goes on to say, I'm gonna say this: laugh now, cry later. We got something for that. If we see them again, just trust.
If. It's a big question. If. Because right now they don't look like a team. And again, I'm overreacting to one day. And I know how the NFL works. We just talked about teams. 1 week to the next, you don't know what you're going to get. Cowboys look like crap against Arizona. Chicken Little, sky is falling. The next week, they dominate the Patriots, who then get dominated by the Saints. This week, it's going to be one of those long weeks for the Dallas Cowboys. They talked this game up so much like it was a playoff game. They made sure they acted. And Mike McCarthy talked about it. It's not just another week. And you get a performance like that. Pissed off Dak last Sunday, remember? And we got playoff Prescott, which is not a good thing. Right?
I find that so funny. I mean, this game, and we said it too, that this game means something. It's not just another regular season game. This means something. That now it's going to be interesting to see, because the Cowboys are going to say all the right things. Practice is great. We've shaken that off. We're looking forward to the Chargers. They're going to say all the right things. And then Monday night's going to get here. We're going to know if they mean it or not. Or if they have it enough. Look, I believe that Dak meant it. I believe he was pissed off.
Sure.
I believe all of them meant it, that we want to go up here. We want to show something, but they just didn't get it done. And that's what the problem is. It's not a matter of the desire to get it done. They just ran into a team that's a lot better than they are. That's it in the bottom line.
Better. They out-executed, and the Cowboys coaching staff was out-coached. Kyle Shanahan calling offense against Dan Quinn's defense. I mean, might as well have been me calling that defense against Kyle Shanahan. That defense is San Francisco against Mike McCarthy's piss-poor play calling. And again, although, I don't know, I think I would have called more run plays. I really do. I mean, I'm looking at that, especially the predictable nature of the Cowboys offense early on in Mike McCarthy's play calling. His West Coast offense looks so old compared to the new West Coast offense, and that was on display last night. You saw the evolved West Coast with Kyle Shanahan and what still feels like. And look, in the first couple games, it was really hard to figure out what they had in this offense because the games were so ugly.
Right.
But a look at it like what we saw yesterday, it's disgusting at this point, with the way, the lack of commitment to the run, the routes that were run, and the predictable nature. I mean, you go back and you watch that game, under center handoff, shotgun pass. They never run the ball out of the shotgun.
That's interesting. That's an interesting observation. I didn't notice that. Obviously, you and Des Bryant did. And I'm sure a lot of other people did as well. I didn't notice it, but I'm going to take a look at that. I want to see if that's the case. And if they're that predictable, I don't care who you're playing.
Well, that's it.
I mean, they're going to know. But it's more than that. The defense was supposed to be the strength of this ball club.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been 2 games now where that defense has been exposed. Arizona and San Francisco.
And it's one thing to get exposed by Brock Purdy, who's an undefeated starting quarterback. It's another to get exposed by Josh Dobbs.
Yes.
Right? Well, I mean, a lot of teams are going to have losses to Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers.
Sure.
There's really no shame in that.
Already have.
Right? Well, then look at last year. I mean, the kid that, the kid didn't lose, and he's proving, even though he was Mr. Irrelevant, kind of like, other late round or undrafted players, it doesn't necessarily matter where you were picked. If you can play, you can play.
Yep.
And He might not have had the big numbers and the eye test and all of that kind of stuff, all the measurables that you're looking for with your first round guys, but he can play.
He can play.
He can play.
It was a great story, and I will give Chris Collinsworth credit, even though I hate to do it. I'll give him credit. He told a great story about Brian Greasy, who's their quarterbacks coach, and how he was the one that suggested, hey, if you're looking for a late round guy, this guy looks good. He looks like he's got all the tools, and he convinced 49er brass to draft him obviously late. And so it was a good call there by Brian Greasy, and it was a good story, believe it or not, from Chris Collinsworth.
Well, I mean, he did his research, and you go back and you think about, I mean, this is a kid that won a state championship in high school in Arizona.
Yeah.
And his parents still have a hot tub store. And I'm with Collinsworth here, too.
That was a good one, yeah.
Why in the hell are you buying hot tubs in Phoenix?
It doesn't matter where you're at. Hot tubs feel good anywhere. Doesn't make any difference. Now, see, that's where Collinsworth got stupid again. That's where he got dumb again. A hot tub is a hot tub. It doesn't matter how hot it is. It's great. I mean, I got a hot tub. I use it in July. It's great.
118 degrees outside in Phoenix in the summertime.
Yes. Well, it was about that here, wasn't it, this summer?
103 felt like 118.
No, but I thought it was a sweet story. He knew he was going to be quarterback when he was 12.
It was. I just couldn't believe they didn't name the place. Although I'm guessing everybody in Gilbert knows where it is.
I'm sure they do.
Yes.
Yeah, Pledge brings up a good point, right? It's 54 at night. That's where the sweaty monkey needed a blanket.
Yeah, but that was February at the Super Bowl.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hot tub sales are obviously very good. And now, wouldn't you want to say you bought a hot tub from Brock Purdy's dad?
Absolutely.
Sure.
I wonder what Brock Purdy charges his dad to do commercials.
No kidding.
Because, the guy's only making $800,000 this year.
Yes. I think it's $895, but this is his second year,
yeah,
I believe. Okay, so he's got a ways to go.
He's got a
before he's going to get any money.
At least in his mind, he doesn't have a fifth-year option.
That's a good point.
And he will get paid.
He will get
paid at some point.
Yes.
The crazy thing is, old Al Michaels makes more per game calling games for Amazon than Brock Purdy will make in the entire year.
Unbelievable.
The legend that is Al Michaels, who never eats a vegetable.
He doesn't eat it.
Did you not see that? Do we have that pledge?
He doesn't eat a vegetable.
Can you find this? I'm a big fan of Al Michaels.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a big fan of Al Michaels. We met him in Malibu at Nobu during Cowboys training camp. And I've always been a fan of Al Michaels, but this puts him on legendary status. He was doing a interview with CNN, and they asked him a question that you hear rumors, you hear stories, but you don't believe that they're true.
Is it true that you have never knowingly eaten a vegetable in your life?
That is true.
That is true.
I was born when my parents were 18 and my mother hadn't even read Dr. Spock at that point. So she just let me have the run of the course. And I always pushed the vegetables away. To this day, no. And I guess what I've proven, Chris, is that man does not need vegetables to survive.
But is it just possible that you would like, I'm thinking of one of the more non-objectionable vegetables, a carrot?
Oh, please.
A carrot?
No, a carrot. No, that's an objectionable vegetable.
I mean, really? What? I mean, how would you know? You've never tasted it.
I look at it. I just don't even like the look of it. And I surmise what it might taste like in terms of the texture of it. I think a lot of it probably has to do, it just doesn't look like something that would go down well.
Well,
legend. Legend.
No,
he has 78
vegetables.
Well, I mean, Joanna will put a little broccoli on the plate.
Are you going to stop eating vegetables now?
And the great Al Michaels has a meat and a side of meat. That sounds good to me.
A meat and a side of meat.
Can I get a side of meat?
I mean, so is a potato considered a vegetable?
I think it is by rule.
I mean, a good steak and a baked potato, man. I mean, that's a great combo.
But he's not mixing in asparagus or Brussels sprouts or corn or carrots. Like, could you imagine him going to Bob's Steak and Chop and they put that carrot on his plate? I have a feeling the 78-year-old Al Michaels will end up like an 8-year-old and throw it across the room.
And throw it away. Wow. That's interesting. I didn't know that about old Al.
Well, and Herbie told the story when he started doing the games with Amazon, it is true that at halftime they set up a nice table in the booth, with a tablecloth and everything, and it's always a steak, always a steak. Apparently, no vegetables, but always a steak.
Well, if you're Al Michaels, you can afford that, or Amazon, by the way.
Either way, but I mean, 78 years old, no vegetable.
Nice. Well, good for him.
I mean, here I'm thinking, dude, at some point, because even like I eat vegetable fried rice or beef fried rice, like that, like we ordered Chinese for dinner last night. You know, there's vegetables in the rice. I'm going to eat that, but I'm not going to overload with
vegetables.
Yeah. Yeah. I ordered beef and broccoli with no broccoli.
Oh my God.
That was my dinner
dude.
last night.
Unbelievable.
Beef and broccoli, no broccoli,
Dude,
no
what's the matter
carrots.
with you?
I love Al Michaels.
Al Michaels.
Monday Night Football coming up next. Kevin Harlan on the call here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Packers and Raiders, brought to you by Flight by Yingling. We are back tomorrow at 2 here on the Blitz.